won't wait your emergency.
This is Alex Murdaugh at 4147 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child got badly.
Well, good morning, good morning, good morning. We have another day of trial. Well, I'm Franky, and this is the Think Tank. And hello, good morning, Shauna and Dandy. Are you guys ready for another day? Yesterday was like packed with information. But let's take a look. I just checked on our babies. Everyone's doing good. Mom's out catching some food, I guess, stretching her wings. And looks like it's finally stopped raining for Alex and Andrea and the babies. I looked at the other side. It's still dark, which kind of confused me a little bit because it's supposed to only be across the lake. But, oh no, the other one's a Big Bear, wherever that is. The Raccoon Saloon, nobody's moving around. And Grace the Gorilla is napping. And the Panda Bears are playing. Oh my goodness, these two are so adorable. I was so happy when I found out that Mummy was not being negligent that I just forgot to refresh the camera. Made me feel better, but kind of duh. So what are you guys thinking is going to come out today? Are we going to ever see Alex Murdaugh ever smile again? I don't know. He's buried himself pretty deep in the shit, in my opinion. I was looking through some of the stuff this morning. When I'm streaming, I get distracted doing some of this and I miss a lot. So I've been up since about 4:30 this morning doing some more research. I did do last night that Alec Baldwin case. I read the affidavit, the probable cause affidavit. And honestly, I ended up not finishing basically the last little section from that. It was fairly dry and fairly repetitive, actually. There were so many people there that were able to say that they seen what they seen. I highly recommend it. But if you wonder why at the end I miss a bit, the early crew, good morning, Dandy. Yeah, so I missed just a section on that probable cause affidavit because, like I say, it was just more of the same. I don't know if we'll see. Let's check these guys out for a giggle before court starts to come in and get heavy. These are our friend James Jameson. These are his worst. I love them. I'm going to refresh, make sure we've got the... Look at those little buggers. Oh my God. Like, would they be any cuter if they were smart? I don't know. Oh, they're just adorable. I enjoy them. I seen the one yesterday. Mom kind of tossed the baby and literally it did like a somersault. And yeah, it just kind of landed there and do. So yeah, another day. So the first couple hours this morning, the jury is not in. We are going to basically hear them. They're still vetting some of these people. I don't know why it wasn't done before, but I'm a little bit confused as why quite a few things weren't done before. But hey, so yeah, I think they come in at 11:30 Eastern Standard Time. 11:30, I think it is. Yes. So we can start hearing what they hear again. And before that, we'll hear the arguments, which I find interesting. A lot of information comes out in these arguments. It's just, to me, it's kind of too bad that, I don't know, why can't the jury hear everything? Like, when things start being left out, I mean, they do have value. This information does have value. I don't know why they do that. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know these laws. It just has always interested me as to why we see more than them. And after they've made their judgment, they're reading newspapers, they're talking to people, and all of a sudden, all the stuff that they didn't know comes out. And they go, if I had known that. So I don't know what I think of that. What do you guys think? Do you think that they should be hearing everything, or do you think just some things? Oh, right, Dandy. They don't seem very prepared. Not a good thing when the judge is telling them how to be a lawyer. That is exactly what I'm thinking. It's just like, what? And I mean, Cheech has been doing this for he looks like he's one step in the grave. He's been doing this a long time and still not very well prepared. And I don't know, prosecution, they could be a hell of a lot more on their game as well. Did you just see that little panda crawl into the bucket? Yeah, never a good thing when the judge is telling them how to lawyer and what these laws are. They should know their jobs. I mean, we would get fired if we showed up at a place and went, what? Yeah, I don't know. What? We're not allowed to do that. We lose our jobs. I'm glad my job is bringing true crime to you guys. And I really like that we've started adding in the wildlife. I have got the absolute best chat. I have the absolute best mods. I don't know how anybody could miss out. I think everyone needs to hop on the train and start hanging out with the good guys. There's so many crap heads out there. Fake news. Did you notice my shirt yesterday? That's what it had all over it. I went on for a couple of minutes. And I was at the day before, and the whole thing said fake news, fake news, fake news. There's just too much of it. So the lawyers are not in court yet. Their countdown's at 5 minutes and change. Yeah, right? The Panda Express. Look at that little guy. Oh, get off my head. I just want one. I can't help it. They don't have to be smart. I just think they're freaking adorable. But, I mean, they are bears, right? Person has to keep that in mind, but damn. They don't stray too far from Mom, and she is a good mom. Oh, my God. As soon as court... Oh, I got to go. Sugar glider argument. I got one that's kind of a bully, so I just have to go. As soon as I turn on the light, they go to bed. You leave him alone. Yes, you. Leave him alone. You back off my buddy. You back off my little buddy. Panda Express. Well, good morning, Shauna. How are you doing, friend? Hope you had a great night. I just smartened up one of my sugar gliders. Got one in this cage of the leucistic sugar gliders, and one of the males just is so much more dominant. He runs around like picking on everyone. He's not being very friendly over there. And then, yeah, the one I go over there and cup him in my hand, and it's like, thank you. Oh, I think Cranky Pants is going to bed. There we go. I have been talking to my husband about that. I would love to do that and show everybody like how amazing these little critters are. You wouldn't believe how smart they are. Sun is out today. I noticed that looking at our Eagle Cam. Let's go back to the Eagle Cam while I know you may have missed it. There we go. I'll just refresh, make sure I'm on time here. There we go. Much drier. Mom was just there not long ago. Oh my goodness. It's funny, like the one, is it getting its feathers faster than the others? Than the other one? Aw, come here, sis. Come on, I'll hug you. Oh my God. Come on. Adorable. I'm trying to figure out what this is down here. Not much longer, guys. Couple minutes. Oh, they are so much fun. They're so busy and they work together doing things. So it's amazing what they can do. I've seen 2 sugar gliders take a paper towel roll, one on one side of the roll, one on the other side. And I have literally seen them push it up some stairs in their cage up to another level and then be able to straighten it out. I was amazed. I have never seen such a thing. Absolutely amazing. Okay, nothing yet, guys. With sugar gliders, they can't really be on their own. They need a buddy. They get lonely and they don't make it usually. They are very much, they make colonies. So you can have up to 4 generations in the same housing and you won't have any problems. So that they can get very large if you can think 4 generations, and they usually have twins. Oh, sugar cubes. I have 17 dandy. I have some gray ones, and I've got some leucistic ones. Oh, Mom's back. Mom's back. The leucistic are, you would think albino because they're totally white, but they have black eyes instead of albino coloring. And they're a little bit more on the rare side. So yeah, they're a pretty penny, but damn, they're worth it. They're worth it. And feeding them, they usually need specialized food, which is not always the easiest to get. But if you cannot get it, you can make food at home. It's time consuming, but you can do it. My little sugar cubes. Yeah. What was that friend of mine? Her daughter called them sugar monkeys. Sugar monkeys. Mhm. So I'm thinking it might be interesting in court this morning while they're kind of sorting stuff out. We might learn some things. Like I said, I wish the jury would learn as much as the public does. Oh, good. Cranky Pants went to bed, and my other one's having a little bite to eat. This morning when I got up, it was about 4, and I was straight over there like, what are you doing waking me up, arguing? But with that said, I wasn't as in big a rush as I was. Okay, we're now waiting for them to go live. Sugar cubes, I love it. So I think that one is Andrea. They said Andrea's got the freckles on her head, and Alex has got kind of a dirty look, or not a dirty tail, like a darker tail feathers. But they said it's kind of hard to tell because they've been so dirty with all this rain. Oh, stretch, little buddy, stretch. Okay, come on. They're late. Running a little late, guys. And I'm sure that they did say it's in camera, so we will be getting a feed. How big are the babies? Oh my God, they are so small. And they're marsupials. So the baby is kind of, well, it's so small you do not see them move from one area up into their pouch. But yeah, they're adorable. That's why I've got so many. Like, I just kept letting breed them. And now I've got had 18. One little guy had an accident, sadly, but I think it's 17 at this point. So they come out with just a little bit of fur, and they're just damned adorable. Come on. We're waiting on you. Order in the court? I will. I've got a couple sugar gliders that are a little friendlier, a little more used to being handled, and I'll show them at one point when I'm a little bit more organized. They're just amazing. Alex and Andrea. I wonder if they, I looked and I'm not seeing that they've named the babies yet. Oh, Dandy, you would never regret it. Let me tell you, friend, you would never regret it. They are a lot of work, but they are well worth it. You can buy from Ferret Nation. You can also buy cages that are for smaller animals, thinner bars. And that's what we put our gliders in. I think I've got, how many now? 1, 2, I think I've got 3 cages now, large cages. I got 2 bird cages actually. And 2 cages. 2 Ferret Nation and 2 big bird cages is what I'm using. I love watching these little guys stretching their wings. Oh my God, they're cute. Isn't that interesting? Like, it does seem to me like maybe the feathers are coming in a little differently. Still waiting. Dang. It's okay. I'm not going anywhere. Look at these two. Oh my God, they're beautiful. Yes, it stretched those wings. Oh, look at that. Oh my God, that's amazing. That is amazing. Dandy, how much longer do you think until they start to fly? I do not know much about eagles. I don't think we've seen Alec Murdaugh smile even one time yesterday. I don't think so. I think he was having a bad day. Don't know why. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Okay, pin feathers. Wow. What's going on with that? What are they calling it? Like it's China claims balloon as civilian airship. What the hell? Alrighty then. Do you think they'll be ready to fly in the next while, Dandy? So if you Google sugar gliders, oh my God, the next week? Oh my word. I cannot wait to see that. This is like a gift. Had anyone told me that we'd be able to see things like this, even at any time when I was growing up, I would have thought they were nuts. And I do love that these guys, they give permission for people to stream. I like that because it's very educational. And I mean, damn, when do you get to see this? That one little dark guy, I love it when he starts flapping his wings. I'll help you with those prickly things, sis. Aw. Within the next week, oh my word. Still waiting for our feed. Was it April Fool's? No, can't be. February Fools. You phone up everybody last night and say, hey, don't come in till 11. Oh, I'm in awe. We're on the plus side here in the Rockies. We're at +2 Celsius. How's the weather where you guys are? I see it's a lot better where Shauna is. How about you, Dandy? You were such a trooper last night, Dandy. Oh, my word, girl. I appreciate you more than you know. It took a lot longer than I expected. And then, like I was saying, towards the end of that live, I ended up just looking through it and it was just like more of the same. So I thought, oh my word, how about we let people go to bed now? No. Any movement? All right. I see movement. Okay.
Ron, may I approach you?
Okay. I'm just going to go to a different. 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 What the hell? Let's try this again.
And how long have you been the CEO?
Since August of last year.
August of 2021?
Yes.
And who was the CEO prior to you?
Russell Lafitte?
And was he terminated not long before you became CEO?
Yes, he was.
Back in June of 2021, what was your role at that?
I was executive vice president and responsible for branches in Beaufort. We have 2 branches in Beaufort.
And were you also a member of the board of directors of Palmetto State Bank?
At that time, yes.
And you mentioned that you were in charge of some branches in Beaufort. Could you explain just a little bit to the court about sort of how it operated then with the branches in Beaufort and the branches perhaps in Hampton or elsewhere?
Yes, sir. At the time, we were about a $700 million asset bank. We have 7 branches, operated somewhat decentralized. I was given responsibility in 91 for 2 offices in Beaufort, as I said, one in Burton location and one on Ladies Island. Other officers of the bank would be responsible for the other branches, Hampton being the main office, and then with Allendale, Fairfax, Estill, and Bluffton.
Right. You say y'all are a little bit decentralized. Is it fair to say that for the most part, you were primarily responsible for the operations in Beaufort and someone else was primarily responsible for the operations in the Hampton area?
Correct.
And who was primarily responsible for the operations in the Hampton area?
Russell Lafitte and his father, Charlie Lafitte.
And when you say somewhat decentralized, obviously there was a board of directors that looked at the institution as a whole.
Yes.
But in practice, there was kind of a deference to the local folks on scene, you being in Beaufort and the Lafitte's being in Hampton. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you to explain just a little bit, though, about the board of the directors and the executive committee. And again, if you could briefly describe to the court what those 2 entities are and how they operate so that we can understand the next question.
Well, the board of directors of the bank has the absolute authority and responsibility to run the bank, but they delegate the day-to-day managerial responsibilities to officers. Charlie Lafitte was long-serving CEO and chairman. Russell, COO, subsequently became the CEO. I was executive vice president and ran the 2 branches. But board of directors would delegate as I said, the day-to-day control to the executive committee and certain senior officers.
And when it came to authorizing loans, what was the role of the executive committee in authorizing certain loans? Was there a threshold, and how did that work?
There is a threshold. The board of directors would authorize individual loan officer, loan authorities on an annual basis, branch managers having a certain level of authority, and then executive officers having a higher loan authority, and then organizationally, 2 executive officers could approve a single loan or a up to X million dollars, and then once it got beyond the threshold for 2 executive officers, it would go on to the executive committee, which would review the loan request and either approve or deny any loan that exceeded $1.5 million.
At the time in June of 2021 or thereabouts, in that in that area of the year, were you the secretary of the executive committee?
I was.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 354 to your testimony, and see if you recognize that document. And Your Honor, I have a copy for you. I provided one to the defense. Would you mind handing that to the judge for us?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Tell me what that is, please.
It's in the minutes of the executive committee of August 12th of 2021.
All right.
And a number of topics were discussed, but primarily the relationship of Richard Alexander Murdaugh and his total relationship with the bank.
All right. And this is on August 12th, 2021?
Correct.
Can I get the elbow, please? Thank you. All right, so these are the minutes that you're referring to, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and there's a discussion right there, including reference to a memo that was distributed outlining the bank's relationship with Murdaugh. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's a reference also to the total indebtedness that Murdaugh had to the bank at that point in time.
Yes, sir. As of the day of that memo that was presented to the executive committee, Mr. Murdaugh owed directly or indirectly $4.2 million.
$4.2 million, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I forgot to ask you this, but tell me real quick, when do the board typically meet and when does the executive committee typically meet?
The executive committee typically meets on the second Tuesday of every month, and the board meets on the third Tuesday of every month.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 385 for the purposes of this in-camera hearing, and see if you recognize that document.
This is a copy of the minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank describing what took place at a board meeting on Tuesday, July 20, 2021.
All right. And who's the secretary that authored those minutes?
Ray Henderson.
Okay. And you were present as a board member for this discussion?
I was.
All right. And what's the date again on that particular one?
July 20, 2021.
July 20, 2021. At that time, was there any discussion or any record of a discussion of any loan to Murdaugh for $750,000?
No, sir, there is not.
Again, that's July 20th, 2021.
That's correct.
All right, going back to this August 12th, 2021 executive committee notes, I want to walk back just a little bit and tell me, was there, did Alec Murdaugh come up in any discussion among the board members prior to August 12th, 2021?
Yes, it did.
Tell me about that, how that happened, please.
On August 9th, Norris Lafitte, a board member, sent an email to members of the executive committee and the board asking for a full accounting of Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank.
All right, and can you pull that mic just a little bit closer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, and what happened after that? Did that spark any particular activity?
Sparked quite a bit of activity, conversation, and then activity inside the bank that day.
All right, explain that to the board. What happened?
Shortly after Mr. Lafitte, Norris Lafitte sent his email to members of the executive committee and the board. A deposit was made to Mr. Murdaugh's account in the amount of $400,000, which cleared up an overdraft, a large overdraft, which had been in his account that day.
All right, and who caused that deposit to happen?
Russell Lafitte.
All right, and so there was a significant overdraft in Alec Murdaugh's account?
On that day, yes, sir.
Was it over $350,000 overdraft?
Yes, sir.
And so Russell Lafitte caused a $400,000 to be deposited into his account.
Yes, sir.
And that was after the email from Norris Lafitte asking about Alec Murdaugh on August the 9th.
Yes, sir.
All right. At that time, that Russell Lafitte caused $400,000 to be put into Alec's account to cover a over $350,000 overdraft. Were there any loan documents or any sort of application or anything in existence supporting any such disbursement?
No, sir.
Just put the money in there.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned other activity. What other activity was sparked by that August 9th email?
There was some activity to create an application to go through our typical loan approval process through one of our underwriting programs, software driven.
Okay. All right. And we're going to look at those documents here in a minute. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State 356 and see if you recognize that.
This is a photocopy of a page 2 of a deposit checking account statement
And that's,
in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
all right. And what does that reflect on August 6, 2021, what the balance was in his account?
A overdraft balance of $347,784.67.
And what happens on August 9th, 2021?
A deposit of $400,000 is made to this account.
All right. And we see after that, there's a transfer to checking of $20,000 that's done as well.
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the purpose of that transfer was?
No, sir, I don't.
So right there on August 6, 2021, Alec's account was negative $347,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then off the books, Russell Lafitte caused $400,000 to be put into his account. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk more about that. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 357 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
This is a copy of minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank dated August 17th, 2021.
Okay. And who was the secretary for these? Do you know?
Gray Henderson.
No. And were you present for these board meetings?
I was.
All right. And these minutes accurately reflect what was discussed at the board?
Yes, sir.
We'll turn over to the second page. And was there a discussion at that time about, and again, this is on August 17th, 2021, was there a discussion about loans to Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
There was.
All right. And is there a reference there of Alex's intention to sell the farm?
Yes, there is.
All right. And then is there a reference in there to the extent of Alex's liability in total loans?
Yes, there is. $3,544,897.
All right. And was there then a discussion of additional loans that Alec had that had been charged off?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And very quickly, are you familiar with two entities called Zero United and Redbeard?
I am.
And are those entities associated with Alec Murdaugh?
They are.
And are those loans that in fact the bank had charged off?
That's correct.
All right. And explain very quickly what a charge off is without too much detail for these purposes.
Certainly. In a situation where a loan is deemed non-performing to the point where the bank's executive committee and or senior management decides that it's time to take it off the books, you charge it off. It's an accounting treatment, but it doesn't remove the obligation of the borrower, or in this case, members of the LLC, any legal obligation to repay the loan.
All right. So Alec Murdaugh was still on the hook, required to pay those loans. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And were there real properties associated with both of those loans?
Yes, sir.
And in the event Alec Murdaugh had tried to sell those properties, would the bank expect to be paid any outstanding balance plus interest and all the rest of it?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, was Alec still paying on those notes even though they were charged off?
He had periodically, yes.
And so the ultimate liability to the bank for Alec was somewhat larger if those are included. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There's discussion in here about a $750,000 loan in this particular board discussion. Is that correct?
Yes, there is.
And this is on August 12th, 2021, I believe. Is that right?
The date, I think it's 17th.
17th, excuse me. Had you been aware of any sort of $750,000 loan to Alec Murdaugh prior to these discussions coming up as you move to the board meeting on August 17th, 2021?
Only to the extent that $750,000 loan had been referenced during the executive committee in the memo that was referred to in my executive committee minutes.
Which would have been shortly or a couple days before this. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Preceding week.
All right. And at the time that the $400,000 had been dispersed back on August 9th, there was no loan paperwork in existence at that time. Is that correct?
No, there was not.
All right. Was that the only disbursement made pursuant to this supposed $750,000 loan?
It was not the only disbursement.
All right. Well, stand by for me. First packet I gave you. I'll show you what's been marked as States 358 and see if you recognize that.
It's a wire request form on our standard documentation dated July 15, 2021. The Palmetto State's going to wire funds to South State Bank. The beneficiary of the wire is the Wilson Law Group, LLC, to their IOLTA account in the amount of $350,000.
$350,000 to the Wilson Law Group.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what's the next page in this document?
are the wiring instructions to the Wilson Law Group.
And does it have contact information?
Contact information is to Chris at wilsonlawgroup.sc.com.
All right. And is that Chris Wilson, the lawyer in South Carolina, in Barnwell, in Bamberg, South Carolina, excuse me?
As I currently understand, yes, sir.
This is on July 15th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
$350,000 was wired to Chris Wilson.
Yes, sir.
Was there any documentation, loan application, any sort of paperwork whatsoever justifying Palmetto State Bank sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson?
No, sir.
All right. And then whose benefit was this sent for?
Alec Murdaugh's.
Alec Murdaugh's. All right, let me ask you about this, and I'm going to put it up on the screen. And right now there, it says sender information, and what does that say right there, please?
Palmetto State Bank, LNOS.
All right, and can you explain very quickly what LNOS is, what that is?
It's an account the bank maintains. It's called Loans Not on System.
Okay. And should this wire have listed that as the sender?
No.
And explain that to the court, please.
Had loan documents been signed that day, the sender would have been the borrower on the loan. In this case, it would have been Alec Murdaugh.
But that's not what was listed, is it?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as 359 to your testimony and see if you recognize this document.
This is the customer copy of the cashier's check in the amount of $400,000 that was deposited to Alec Murdaugh's checking account.
All right. And is there a sticky note on there, a copy of a sticky note?
Yes, sir, there is.
And what does it say, if you would, please?
It says Alec Murdaugh, $750,000, one share of Green Swamp Inc. stock, and the date is 7/15/21.
We're going to talk more about that in a minute. We've got states 360 and 361. Just real quick, I'm going to show you those and see if you recognize those.
The top document is the checking deposit slip for credited to $400,000 to be credited to account 69406092. The account holder name is Alec Murdaugh. The date is 8/9/2021. And then we see a copy of the cashier's check dated 8/9/2021 in the amount of $400,000.
All right. And then the next exhibit, 361.
Next exhibit is the debit to the Loans Not on System account in the amount of $400,000, which was the source for the cashier's check in the same amount.
And the date on those again?
8/9/2021.
That was the same day that Norris Lafitte sent an email to the board directors asking, making an inquiry about the bank's relationship with Alec Murdaugh.
That's correct.
Just a couple more. You've already testified that there was no loan application or loan paperwork or anything like that supporting the bank disbursement already of a total of $750,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was a wire in July 15th for $350,000 that went to Chris Wilson, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then a $400,000 disbursement on August 9th after Norris Lafitte sent his email to the board of directors
Yes, sir.
that covered a negative $347,000 overdraft in Alex's account.
That's correct.
A little bit extra for some walking around money, another $50K or so, correct?
I can't answer that.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as it states 362 and see if you recognize that.
This is a copy of a promissory note, commercial single advance, loan number 6996048 in the amount of $750,750. Note dated 7/15/2021.
Just real quick, what's the $750 for?
That's a note fee we charge.
A note fee?
Yes, sir.
$750 for a $750,000 loan?
Yes, sir.
Is that typical?
Possibly in the Hampton office. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to let you hold that one for a second. Look at the back page and tell me, is that application signed?
Yes, it is signed.
And who is it purportedly signed by?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And what is the date on that application?
Date on the note is July 15, 2021.
All right. And is that the same day as that wire to Chris Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to examine that document and look at the records of the entity for which you're the chief executive officer?
I have.
Have you had a chance to look at the loan number?
I have.
And are those loan numbers sequentially generated by your system?
They are.
And in looking at that loan number, is there any way that document could have even been in existence in July of 2021?
No, sir.
And in fact, it had to have been generated after the August 9th email and after these disbursements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'll show you 363. Just give me 1 second while I put this on the screen. And just real quick, can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Is that the loan number, the sequential loan number you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And then that's the signature and the date that you're talking about.
That's correct.
All right, that last exhibit I just handed to you. Can you tell me the number on the back of it?
6996048.
I'm sorry, I was talking about that number. 363, states 363. No, that was my job. I was asking you to do my job. All right, tell me what that document is, please.
It's a business purpose statement.
All right, and
It accompanied the loan, 6996048.
what is the supposed purpose for the loan that's listed on that?
Business expenses.
Okay. See that? And again, this document's also dated 7/15/21.
That's correct.
But is this the kind of document that also would be generated along with the application that we just saw?
It would in the note documentation system. Yes, sir.
All right. The application that you said could not have existed in July of 2021.
That's correct.
Let me go back. We had a reference to the board minutes. From August 17th, 2021. And there was some discussion of this particular loan at that board board meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, there was.
And there had been discussion at the executive committee meeting not a little bit prior to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your understanding at that time from those meetings, what the collateral was supposedly for this new $750,000 loan?
There'd be a mortgage on Edisto Beach House and a share of Green Swamp stock.
And is that the green swamp that was referred to on the sticky note that we saw earlier?
Yes, sir.
And what is your understanding, though, as things developed as to whether or not that collateral actually was able to be used for this particular loan?
Certainly, the second mortgage did not exist or was not placed on the property. The property was in the name of Mrs. Murdaugh.
Okay. And what about the green swamp? Was that already collateralized?
It was cross-collateralized with other loans.
So this loan was heavily under collateralized, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
For me 1 second. There's been some discussion about whether or not an appraisal had been ordered prior to June of 2021 for this supposed $750,000 loan. Was there an appraisal that had been ordered prior to June of 2021 on the Edisto property?
There was.
Did that have anything at all to do with some sort of loan for an additional $750,000?
No, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked with states 364 and see if you recognize that document's an email, but there's an attachment.
Email from Chastity Malfris to Charles Lafitte III, who's the bank's appraisal officer, referencing 3606 Big Bay Drive, Edisto. And it's an appraisal request form dated April 22, 2021. The intended use of the appraisal is for a refinance.
Okay.
And the balance is $200,000.
All right, and so it's for a refinance. Explain what the refinance was for, if you could, to the court.
At the time, the mortgage had matured, or the mortgage loan had matured, and we needed to renew it.
All right, it had already matured, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this was an existing debt, not any sort of new debt, and so the appraisal was because you have to renew this note that had already matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or it has to be paid off, one of the two.
Correct.
Right, can I approach? Good. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 365 and see if you recognize that document.
This was the memo summarizing, or this is a copy of the memo that summarizes the relationship of Alec Murdaugh with the bank. It was prepared and presented at the executive committee meeting.
Okay. Again, I'm going to put that up on the screen, but this lists some of the indebtedness that Alec had to the bank that you previously described earlier,
Yes, sir.
and including the Zero United with outstanding $307,761.
Yes, sir.
And then outstanding and charged off, not only Zero United, but also $362,896 for Redbeard.
Yes, sir.
A few more. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 366 and see if you recognize that document.
It's a document produced from our loan accounting system, and it lists all the notes, outstanding notes in the name of Alec Murdaugh, and also co-borrower with his father, Randolph Murdaugh III.
All right, and that it lists the balances on those particular loans as of June 7th, 2021.
That's correct.
It does not include the charged off loans, Zero United and Redbeard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So on the first one, is that the balance right there? $104,119.80?
That's the principal owed, yes, sir.
That's the principal owed. These are not deposits, correct?
That's correct.
Owed by who?
I think for the 104,000 was Williams Islands.
All right. But I mean, what borrower owed those?
That would have been Mr. Murdaugh, Alec Murdaugh, yes.
All right. And then this next one, what's the balance on that? How much is owed for this loan?
$806,666.26.
The next one, how much is owed for this loan?
$195,171.64.
How much is owed for this loan?
$999,650.94.
And this is actually $1 million line of credit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's pretty much maxed out, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, this one right here, what's the balance on that?
$91,368.90.
Just a few more. All right. Last set of documents here. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states. Stand by for me real quick. All right, I'm going to show you states 367, see if you recognize that document.
It's a copy of a bank statement, Alec Murdaugh farm account,
And what is the balance of that on June 7th, 2021?
June 7, 2021, shows a deficit balance of $2,458.23.
Negative balance?
Yes, sir.
Show you what's been marked as 368, and do you recognize that?
Again, it's a checking account statement, Richard Alexander Murdaugh for account 6092.
All right, can you tell me what the balance was on June 7th, 2021?
$2,185.23.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 369, and see if you recognize that.
This is a, again, statement for a health savings account, 3094, in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right, and what's the balance on that?
$7,540.61.
And that's a health savings account?
Yes, sir.
Can that be used for any purpose or only for legitimate medical purposes?
I think the latter, the medical purposes.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 370 and see if you recognize that.
Again, a bank statement, copy of a bank statement in the name of Alec Murdaugh, account number 6649. And the balance on 6/7 would have been $62,115.06.
All right, and then finally 371, if you could, tell me if you recognize that.
This is a account statement, interest checking account in the name of Margaret Maggie Murdaugh and Alex Murdaugh, number 5109, and the balance on 6/7, $3,900.04.
Just have a couple more questions for you, for the purposes of this hearing at least. It's fair to say that of June of 2021 and the months after, the indebtedness to Palmetto State Bank from Alec Murdaugh was very, very large.
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say it also had charged off loans in the past. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If it had come out at any particular time from, let's say, 2010 on up to June of 2021, or at any time, that Alec Murdaugh had been stealing money from his partners or stealing money from his clients, would this bank have continued to loan him money?
No, sir.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
I have a defense.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Just to be clear, Mr. Malinowski, on June 7th, 2021, Mr. Murdaugh was not overdrawn at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
No, well, June 7.
Yes, sir.
Do you have his bank statement?
Well, we just went through them.
Right.
Well, there was one statement, the farm account was minus $2,045. There was another account that was plus $2,185, according to Exhibit 368. His health savings account, Exhibit 369, had $7,540. Exhibit 370 had a positive balance of $62,000 and some change. And then Maggie's account, Exhibit 371, had $3,904.
Yes, sir.
So there's one account that was
Overdrawn.
for $2,000, but positive balances in all the other.
Yes, sir.
And Alec Murdaugh had been a customer of Palmetto State Bank for many, many years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And had he ever been denied a request from Palmetto State Bank for a line of credit or a loan up until September of 2021?
To my knowledge, no.
And in July of 2021, apparently he got a $750,000 loan that was approved according to the documents here by 3 members of the board of directors. Do you remember that? See if I can find that. Left it back over there. Here it is. Is Elmo up? All right. Can you see the highlighted language there?
I can see the highlighted language. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And this is from, let's be sure we know what we're talking about. Minutes of the Board of Directors meeting, August 17th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And here, says Chairman Lafitte reviewed the loans to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. Russell Lafitte stated that his intention is to sell the farm. We have mortgages on the properties that supersede the property being transferred into Maggie's name. Now, what does that mean? Tell me about that. You have mortgages on the property that superseded the property being transferred to Maggie's name. Do you remember that?
I guess it would reference the mortgages, the date of the mortgage and the date they were recorded on previous loans.
At some point in time, Alec transferred the Moselle property into Maggie's name.
It's my understanding, yes.
And before that date, your bank already had a mortgage on the property.
Yes, sir.
Is that the Moselle property? Are we talking about the Moselle property here?
If you're referring to the farm, I'm assuming he's referring to Moselle. Yes, sir.
Okay. Then, at the last sentence of this paragraph, it says, Elizabeth Malinowski commented the $750,000 loan did not appear to have been approved by the executive committee. Russell Lafitte explained that 3 of the 5 members approved the loan. You recall that?
I recall it. Yes, sir.
And who are the 3 of the 5 members of the executive committee that approved the loan?
It would have been Charlie Lafitte, Ray Henderson, and Russell Lafitte.
And do you recall Charlie Lafitte telling you at some point in time, maybe around in here or even before, that if Alec Murdaugh wanted to receive a loan from the bank, that he would get it?
That was Mr. Lafitte's opinion, yes.
And who was Mr. Lafitte in relation to the bank in June of 2007?
2007?
Excuse me, June 7th, 2021.
He was chairman of the bank.
And was Russell Lafitte related to Mr. Lafitte?
His son.
Okay. And who are the members of the executive committee?
The executive committee, Charlie Lafitte, Ray Henderson, Russell Lafitte, Scott Swain, and myself.
And so Mr. Lafitte, Mr. Charlie Lafitte's opinion was if Alec Murdaugh wanted a loan from the bank, he would get it.
That was his opinion.
And on the $750,000 loan he was provided, apparently without a lot of paperwork done on the front end, but it was approved by Mr. Lafitte, his son, Russell Lafitte, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And his daughter, Gray Henderson, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that there was some, in June of 2021, there was some $4.2 million or something outstanding. I don't have the exact number, but maybe we can find that. Do you know how much was secured and unsecured when you reviewed the indebtedness?
Do you have a document I can refer to?
I'm trying to find it. Hold on. I'm going to put on the screen here. You may be talking about the same document we looked at, and I have the highlighted language. It says here, well, let's just refer to it says Norris Lafitte had found a mathematical error which will be corrected to $3,544,897 total loans, and those are total loans to Mr. Murdaugh. Is that correct?
According to another memo that came.
Okay. So as to this amount, how much was it all secured?
Without seeing the memo, I couldn't tell. If you've got the memo, I'll certainly go down the loans.
I don't have the memo. I only have what I was provided. Does this memo set forth the collateral for the indebtedness? Mr. Murdaugh? And I am referring to Exhibit 365.
Can you pull down that memo? There we go. Thank you.
Can you read that?
Yes, sir.
Zoom it in without putting too many shadows on it. And so we went through that. Is that the collateral for those loans?
As stated in the memo, yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that some loans have been written off. Are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh was still paying on the loans that had been written off?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you mentioned that, and had Mr. Murdaugh always paid the bank interest, monies he owed? And did he ever go in default? And let's put it like, did he ever go in default on any notes issued to him by Palmetto State Bank?
Red Beard and Zero United.
And those were the ones that were written off,
Yes, sir.
but he continued to pay those, correct?
He periodically made payments. Yes, sir.
Are you aware that on the day Maggie Murdaugh was murdered sometime the night of June the 7th, are you aware that she was scheduled to meet your appraiser at Edisto on June the 8th?
No, sir.
The Moselle property was titled in Maggie Murdaugh's name in June of 2021, correct?
I believe that's correct.
The bank had filed mortgages on the property that predated whenever that was transferred to Ms. Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
The Edisto Beach House was titled in jointly in Alec Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh's names, correct?
At one point,
Before her death.
I believe it was in her name solely at the time of her death.
You do? Are you sure about that?
I believe so.
And what information are you relying upon to say that?
Looking at the Colleton County deed records.
One second, Your Honor. Undergo routine FDIC audits, Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And had Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank ever been flagged in any audit conducted by the FDIC or their contract auditors?
To my knowledge, no.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Malinowski, just a few more questions. May it please the court. 365 back that we were just looking at. This is that memo that was prepared for the the board meetings, correct?
This was the one that was prepared for the executive committee.
And what does it say right there at the bottom, the purpose that's being reported that the $750,000 is for?
To remodel of the house in Edisto.
Does it say anything about sending $350,000 to Chris Wilson to try to make up the funds that he had diverted from his law firm?
No, sir.
Does it say anything about $400,000 to cover a $347,000 overdraft?
No, sir.
After June 7th was the first significant activity from the bank to Alec to provide that $350,000 off the books with no application whatsoever.
Yes, sir.
And after June the 7th, did his account run to negative $347,000?
Yes, sir.
And the bank kept paying.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps the most generous overdraft policy ever seen.
Quite possibly.
You were asked a little bit about Zero United and Redbeard, which are up on the screen. The bank did not foreclose on those properties, is that correct?
That is correct.
So Alec Murdaugh still owned those properties, correct?
He and partners. Yes, sir.
All right, but if he were to try to sell them, could he have sold them without having to account to the bank?
He would have had to pay back the monies he had borrowed from the bank.
And we see that we up on that screen, what happened right there? Back in 365. If he had tried to sell those properties, would he have just had to pay the bank those amounts listed there, or could it potentially be much higher than that?
Potentially much higher.
And explain to the court very quickly why it could be much higher than that he would have to satisfy before he could sell those properties.
There would be accrued interest and any late charges and fees that accumulated since the date of the charge off.
Once y'all charged it off, it no longer was accruing interest and penalties and fees on the books at least, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if you were to, if he was to try to sell that property and the buyer came to you or to see how much they needed to pay y'all out of the proceeds before title could transfer, y'all would go back and look at all that interest that hadn't been paid over that time.
Yes, we provide a payoff statement, which would have included principal, accrued interest or lost interest to that date, and any late fees and charges.
And he would be unable to sell those properties and transfer title until some arrangement was reached with the bank.
Yes, sir.
We just, you were just asked about whether or not Maggie was going to be meeting an appraisal at the Edisto property, but you've testified in no uncertain terms that that appraisal was to renew the mortgage that was already in existence that had matured, correct?
Yes, sir.
It had nothing to do with a new 750.
Yes, sir.
We just talked about the negative $347,000 overdraft policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
In 2 months, his account had went to negative $347,000.
Yes, sir.
If it had come out that Alec Murdaugh had been diverting fees from his law firm, if Alec Murdaugh had been forced to resign from his law firm, if it had come out that he had been misappropriating money from his clients, would the bank have continued to pay charges coming in on that account?
No, sir.
Nothing.
No, sir.
No uncertain terms about that.
No uncertain terms.
So all this testimony about the relationship in the bank, if the truth had come out, it's a new ball game, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the wake of all of this, Russell Lafitte was terminated and you became CEO. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And now there's a new sheriff in town at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, Mr. Malinowski, how much in interest did Alec Murdaugh pay to Palmetto State Bank over the years?
I don't know.
It's excess of $4 million, isn't it?
I don't have a figure.
Thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Let me call your next witness.
Your Honor.
We'll stand just a moment while that next witness is coming. All right, everything in order? All right, next witness.
State calls Tony Satterfield.
Raise your right hand, left hand on your Bible. You affirm the testimony about the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. State the seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Michael Satterfield. My last name is spelled Satterfield.
How you doing today?
Good, how are you?
All right, pull that mic to you just a little bit closer so we can hear you good. How old are you?
I'm 33.
All right, where do you work?
I work at Beaufort Memorial Hospital
And where'd you grow up?
in Hampton.
For the purposes of this hearing, we're just on a hearing in front of the judge to determine the admissibility of some testimony. So I'm just going to ask you a few questions, not everything I might ask you if we were in front of the jury. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Speak up for us because the court reporter and everybody needs to hear you. Who was your mother?
Gloria Satterfield.
Gloria Satterfield?
Yes.
And is Gloria still with us?
She's not.
And when did she pass?
February 26, 2018.
2018?
Yes, sir.
And who did she work for when she passed?
Alex and Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And do you know Alec Murdaugh?
I do.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out?
Yes.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
Yeah, where is he? Where is he?
What was that, sir? I'm sorry.
Pardon?
Point him out again if you would, please.
Right there.
Right,
Can you tell me what jacket he's wearing?
A navy blue jacket.
it does.
Thank you, Your Honor. How long did your mom, roughly, how long did she work for Alec? Do you know?
I had to take an estimated guess, 20-something years, maybe, give and take. I don't know that years.
Okay. And set up just a little bit more. Talk right into that mic. There you go. Just a little bit. You need to get up on the mic so we can hear you. All right. What did your mom do for Alec?
She was their housekeeper. She babysat for them. She cleaned their house, and kind of anything else they kind of need.
Okay. And she'd been doing that for a long time?
Yes.
During the course of that, you got to know Alec and his family to some extent as well?
Yes.
Did you trust Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
What happened to your mom?
She fell and hit her head.
And where was she when that happened?
She was at Alice's house in Murdaugh.
In Moselle?
Yes.
Did she pass right away or did she live for a while?
She lived for a few weeks.
Was she ever able to say to you what happened, how she fell or anything?
No, she was not.
After she passed, did you have any conversation with Alec about what to do about it?
I did.
And what was the conversation you had with Alec? What
I
did he say?
barely,
Go ahead.
I barely remember, but it's like, let me go after my insurance company for this or whatever, kind of get these medical bills and stuff paid.
Okay, so he said he was gonna go after his insurance company
Yes,
and get medical bills for your mom paid?
yes,
Did he say he might get any money for you and your brother?
yes.
Did he say how much that might be?
No,
Ultimately, was there a lawsuit filed?
yes,
And who did you consider your lawyer was in all of this?
Alex,
At some point in time, did he bring another lawyer in?
yes.
And what did he tell you about that?
He said, if I understood it correctly, I can't do it myself because conflict of interest. I'm gonna send you to my buddy Corey Fleming.
Corey Fleming?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about his relationship with Corey Fleming other than they were buddies?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Did he tell you anything more about his relationship with Corey Fleming?
No.
After he brought in Corey Fleming, were you still communicating directly with Alec about the case?
Yes.
Who did you think your lawyer was
Alex.
the whole time?
Yes.
Did he ever bring in a person, or did they ever bring in a person by the name of Chad?
Yes.
And you remember Chad's last name?
Westendorf.
And what did they tell you about Chad?
That he should be my PR.
Your PR?
Yes.
Did you ever meet with Chad?
Yes.
Did you meet with him a lot or just?
One time I can think of.
Alec told you that he was going after his insurance company. Did he say how much that insurance was?
One of them that I know of was like $500,000, and that's the only one.
That's the only one he told you about?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you that there was also an umbrella policy worth upwards of $5 million?
No.
Never mentioned that to you, did he?
No.
Of course, indulge us 1 moment. We'll show you what's been marked as states 372 to your testimony and just have you take a look at that. And do you recognize that document?
Yes.
And tell me what that is.
That is a cover sheet that I sent Alex.
Okay. And what's the reason that you sent that to Alec?
I got something from the trailer company and a medical bill, I believe, and I just wanted to be sure what I needed to do with it.
You had received some paperwork about your mom?
It was a bill.
It was a bill?
Yeah.
And who did you send that to?
Alex Murdaugh, or the law firm.
All right. And why did you send it to Alec Murdaugh?
Because he said if we got any medical bills, just forward them to him, and I didn't know if I needed to do anything with it.
Because you thought he was your lawyer.
Yes.
All right. And this had your phone number on there, but we blacked it out, correct?
Yes.
As time went on, did you have conversations with Alec asking him about the case and what was going on with the case or anything like that?
Yes, not very rarely, but every few months or so.
And what would he tell you just generally?
First, it was hard-hearted, like it was making progress, and he kind of left it at that.
He said it was hard, but they were making progress?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about whether or not you and your brother were to get any money after the medical
He
bills were paid?
said he was hoping.
Did he give you any idea of the amount?
If I remember correctly, one time he said he's trying to get each of you at least $100,000 apiece.
Each of you, you and your
Yes.
brother?
Yes.
At some point in time, did your family advise you that there was some media reporting about a settlement in the case?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, had you heard anything from Alec or Corey or Chad or anybody about a settlement in the case?
No.
All right. And what, if anything, did you do after your family? Did they ask you to do anything?
Yeah, they said you might want to kind of follow up on it and kind of see.
And did you make a phone call to Alec?
Yes.
All right. And what month was that in?
I believe the last time I talked to him was in June of 21.
June of 21?
Yes.
Around the time of the murders?
Yes.
And what did you ask him?
I can't believe what I asked him, but it was still making progress and be ready to settle, by the end of the year.
He told you it was still making progress and he was hoping to settle by the end of the year.
Yes.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $505,000?
No.
Did he tell you that they had already gotten a settlement for $3.8 million?
No.
Had he ever told you that there was an umbrella policy for $5 million?
No.
Did he ever mention to you anything about Forge?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about structuring any settlement?
No.
Did you give him permission to steal your money?
No.
Ultimately, in the wake of all of this, you've come to find out that there was a settlement for $505,000, correct?
Yes.
And it was diverted by Alec Murdaugh, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, you've come to find out that there was a settlement under the umbrella policy for $3.8 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Or thereabouts, correct?
Yes.
And a large portion of that was diverted by Alec Murdaugh. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever get 1 cent from Alec Murdaugh when he was still, before all of this happened?
No.
And it took, after this happening, and it took a legal process for that to happen. Is that right?
Yes.
And ultimately, is it your understanding that he confessed judgment to taking money for both of those? Is that
Yes.
right? In June of 2021, you made a call to him asking the status of this case. Is that correct?
I can't remember if he called me or if I called him, but yes, I talked to him in June 2021.
You talked to him in June of 2021?
Yes.
And there were reports in the media about that settlement, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. And please answer any questions the defense has, okay?
By the defense.
Morning, I'm sorry.
Morning.
Long week. You had a family member who saw an article in somewhere. Do you remember where the article was published?
I don't remember exactly where they found it at or seen it at.
Okay, but after that article was published, that's when you started making inquiries and you contacted Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes, once they seen the article or whatever, they were like, you need to follow up on it. And yes, and I can't remember if he called me or if I called him.
And do you know whether you called him on the cell phone?
It was on his cell phone. Normally, that's how I called him. Yes.
So you called him on a cell phone?
Yes.
Okay, and his cell phone record would reflect, how many times did you call him?
What was that?
How many times did you call him?
Like, once, twice, three. We talked like 3 or 4 times, throughout the whole year, if I remember correctly.
And when you called him after reading some article about a settlement, do you know if that was before or after Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It was around the time, but I don't remember if it was before or after.
All right, thank you.
That's probably wrong.
Thank you. You may step down. Next witness.
Your Honor, can we have just a very quick break to get the exhibits ready for that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take 5 minutes or so.
So, hello, James. Good to see you, friend. Thanks for hanging out so late last night. Let's check out those baby eagles for a few minutes. Let's see here. Nice weather for them. Let me just refresh it. I'm learning. There we go. Oh, she's feeding the babies. So nice. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm going to make this full for you guys. Oh, I thought so too, James. I ended up after you left, I kind of scrolled down and it was just basically repetitive. More just yeah. So I stopped and read well, it wasn't much. It was like a page and a half that I didn't go through. And then I just finished up and you didn't miss much at the end, honestly. But yeah, with him being the producer, I think he's in caca. I do. Floating in the guano. And yeah, there's that entire set was like just a disaster. There was no safety, none. I mean, what did they find? 5 more live rounds on that set? Yeah, just wow, right? Oh, did Mom leave again? That one, he was kind of watching Mom eat. It was almost like it was learning, is what it looked like. Let's see here. So this is across the lake, and this is Lewis and Anna, and that egg is still there. That was what I was kind of wondering about. Okay. And we'll go back. I'll see if it's still dark, that one eagle that you like, James. I'll check here. I'll refresh it. There you go. This is Big Bear. Yeah, he will look good in an orange jumpsuit. Yeah, there's not too many people that are going, oh, but he was such a nice guy, you know? Like, oh my God. And he's always been kind of a dick. Isn't that? It is stunning. Well said. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. This is very close to what my area looks like. I mean, we've got the Rockies, but we've also got lots of areas that have like the tree, like this, all the pine trees, and it's gorgeous. I haven't even been out to see if, it's been so nice. I bet you a lot of our lakes look like this. And I bet you our creeks and rivers, like our rivers are not like massive, like they're not massive rivers. But they have been, I'm imagining they would have been running by now because we've been on the plus side. We're like +2 again today. So, and for me, there's nothing nicer than seeing my favorite. I love spring. I like seeing the water starting to come off the ice that's attached to the rocks. Like they've got just those little tiny falls. That's oh my God, I love it. And everything smells so good. Is it higher? That wouldn't surprise me. We watched the pandas for a little while this morning. Damn, they're cute. They're maybe not smart, yeah, but cute. Hells yeah. Mm. I need to get out and start taking some videos for Franky. This case really absorbs a lot of my day. Not that I don't mind. I don't mind. Isn't it spectacular? Yeah, absolutely. Do you guys get lots of falls as well? Come like the beginning of spring? Yes. That's exactly what they were doing. They're funny. Like, oh my God. Unreal. I mean, they need all of that fluff to them because they just kind of like fall all over the place. That one, the mom kicks it off and it just starts rolling. It's like, oh my God. And then what did you say, Dandy? During childbirth, they cannonball the babies out. What? Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah. Cannonball. Do you know, I mean, I'm not a winter person. I don't ski. I don't, meh. But it's gorgeous. It's very, very gorgeous. Out my windows, like I've got, oh, I love the view here. But this part of my house is kind of set up differently because I use it kind of as my like little studio. But yeah, I love the views here. Yeah, literally, hubby brought me here at the beginning of the month. Probably 5 years ago, maybe. And it was the beginning of the month, and he was home, so he decided to take me for a getaway, and he brought me here. Well, we were just renting at that time, and I literally like gave my notice and was here by the end of that month. I'd found this house. Massive though, too big, but got us here anyways. So moved into that house, lived there for a few years, and then we bought this place. And it's like, I feel blessed. You know, I get a lot of, what is that? A lot of peace here. I find my peace here. Oh yeah, I love the seasons. No, well, if I was by like water, I'd be okay, but I'd have to be near water. And I can't handle the heat like I did when I was young. Like back in the day, we used to use baby oil to tan lay on something silver or go play in the water. Yeah. No, this is just fantastic. And yeah, a piece of the soul. You're right, James. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I feel blessed. I'm like, I do. My first like 50 years were like, what? This is good. This is like, got my little granny house. Hubby and I just do our thing. And yeah, it's great. Yeah. Piece of the soul. Well said. I like that. Does it, James? Yeah. Yeah. Like I was saying, I've always been I always called it a bush baby because if I could when I was living in the cities, like I hated it. But, at one point I had to do it for work. And then, yeah, actually I got my 20s in the city. So that early 20s. So that was kind of fun. But no, this is where I get my peace. Absolutely. I need my son to take some drone footage for me. Yeah. Oh, I could watch this all day. Let's see what's going on over here. I'll check it out while you guys. Okay, the pandas are. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, James. Yeah. Damn, they're cute. I have to. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh my God. I love these things. Oh, it does, Shauna. It does. Oh my God. Oh, maybe I'm not watching. We're probably not watching this live right now. I didn't refresh it. Oh my God, that one's gonna fall. Oh my. Thank you, Mom. I'm sorry. Oh, damn. What? They are so cute. Oh my God, they get themselves into so much trouble. Oh my God. Oh, right. Oh my word. Oh my God, it's like good for the soul as well. This is like, oh, I needed a good giggle. Like, did they seem to roll everywhere they go? Listen to me, kid. I'm going to eat you. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. Oh my God. Well, that's the thing, you think about the realities and it's like, oh, yeah, well, I'll watch them from here. But, or if one had like a muzzle. Oh, panda time is over. Oh, my word. Okay, back to it, guys.
State calls Carson Burney.
I'm going to mute out.
you affirm the testimony about the difficult shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And to take the seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
Carson Burney, Burney.
Morning, Mr. Burney.
Good morning.
Still morning, just barely.
It is-
Where do you work, Mr. Burney?
I work for the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
And what is your job and title at the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
I am the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
And how long have you been a forensic accountant?
Approximately a year and a half.
All right. And what do you do as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
As a forensic accountant, I identify, compile, analyze different financial records to include bank statements, credit card statements, loan documents. I also trace assets from source to ultimate disposition.
All right. And what did you do prior to serving as a forensic accountant for the state grand jury?
In 2019, I joined the South Carolina Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor, and I was there for a little over 2 years.
There are a variety of other niceties, but because it's an in-camera hearing, we'll cut straight to the chase. As a forensic accountant for the state grand jury division, have you reviewed any documents in relation to a Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I have
And what sorts of documents have you reviewed in relation to that gentleman?
similar documents, as I mentioned earlier. They would include bank statements, loan documents, wire information, money orders, and other various things.
And what were you asked to do in relation to those documents?
I was asked to trace the alleged stolen funds and ultimately show where the disposition of those funds ended up.
Now, you said trace. What is tracing from a 10,000-foot view?
Tracing is simply just following a fund. In this example, these are the alleged stolen checks. Primarily that went to Ford's account, and following the money through to see where exactly it was ultimately spent out of those accounts.
And so in analyzing records and in coordination with law enforcement, were specific instruments identified and asked of you to trace where their ultimate disposition was?
I was.
Now, when we say ultimate disposition, can you follow that same dollar forever and ever onto eternity, or is there sort of a line where you have to draw it and stop and say that's as far as we can go?
You have to draw a line. Obviously, you could follow money forever, and forever. But for the purposes of my analysis, I looked at when they ultimately went out of an account controlled by Alex Murdaugh.
Did you also draw any lines when they went into any sort of loan statement or credit card statement or anything like that?
That's correct. If it was a credit card payment or a loan payment, I would stop there for that particular trace.
And have you prepared documents reflecting the conclusions that you reached upon tracing those funds?
I have.
All right. And just very briefly, there's a variety of different ways to trace money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And just very quickly, which methodology did you apply in tracing the funds?
Right. So you do have to have some rules when you are tracing funds to stay consistent. So the method I used was a first in, first out method.
And what is the first in, first out method?
It's exactly like the name implies. The first money into an account would be the first money out of an account.
I'm showing you a document that has been labeled for the purposes of this in-camera proceeding as it states Exhibit 373. Very briefly, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing of funds regarding the $792,000 with the Ferris case.
May I please have the honor? And Mr. Birdie, can you see that?
I can.
All right. And so explain very briefly here at the top, what is this green table at the top?
The green table at the top indicate the three instruments I was tracing. So the first being a check in the amount of $192,000 with a date or a negotiated date of March 10th, 2021. Second, $375,000 instrument that was ultimately negotiated on March 23rd, 2021. And the last is a instrument in the amount of $225,000 that was ultimately negotiated on April 20th, 2021. And there you can see the bank number, account number that it was deposited into,
And what were the last four digits of that bank account that it was deposited into?
6779.
And what was the descriptive holder of that account?
Alex Murdaugh.
And what's that next column, the from column?
The from column is where the check was from, and you can see it was a Wilson Law Group IOLTA account.
And in preparing this document, did you have to review a considerable amount of bank records in order to prepare it?
A lot of bank records.
A
Yes,
lot
sir.
of bank records.
Yes, sir.
And specific instruments, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And down here below, what is this blue table?
The blue table is a pivot table, which is just a summary in Excel that shows the ultimate disposition of where that money went. And you can see at the bottom, it will total out to the initial amount of money that went in.
All right. And not to call out any too many specific transactions because we are in a in-camera hearing. But we have here, for example, C.E. Smith, $507,561.63. And then the number 26 next to that. Can you briefly explain what those different columns stand for?
So the first column, you can see where it came out of the bank account. Those descriptors are what was written on the check or what was done with the check, as you can see with cash withdrawal. And then the total amount is in the total column. And then finally, you have the number of checks in the last column.
And then another name that we have here is what appears to be the name of an attorney in the amount of $150,000. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct.
And then we have it broken down into two separate subsections. What is the distinction between those two different subsections?
Just different bank accounts where the money was ultimately disposed. Money would transfer from one bank account to another bank account. So I try to differentiate those two different accounts.
And I jumped ahead of myself a little bit getting into this first tracing exhibit, but just generally speaking, upon your review of all of the different bank accounts associated with Alec Murdaugh, what was the general flow of funds? Did they primarily go into one bank account, or did they go into one bank account and then into others, or how did it work?
So with the forged checks, typically they would transfer out to other accounts. Alex Murdaugh had a few different Bank of America accounts in addition to the Palmetto State bank accounts that would go over there as well.
So he had a bank account at Bank of America that was labeled Richard Alexander Murdaugh Forge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did he also have another bank account at Bank of America that didn't have any mention of Forge? Is that correct?
That's correct. The second bank account you're talking about appeared to be a personal checking account just in his name.
And so would money go into one account and then into that checking account, or would money go into directly that checking account, or both?
So it depends on the instrument. For example, these three checks went into his personal checking account because they were named to Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And so here, coming out of that Bank of America account ending 6779, that is the checking account, ultimately $747,000 out of the $792,000 was dispersed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then and how much was dispersed after being transferred into Palmetto State Bank account 6092?
$42,000.
6092, is that a particularly active account for Mr. Murdaugh?
It is. It's one of his most active accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And then a little bit further down here, we have something that's labeled PSB 1646 Alec Murdaugh Farm. What was that account?
That was, it's just labeled a farm account, and it, from just looking at account records, seems to primarily deal with the farm being Moselle property.
And how much money of these Ferris fees was dispersed out of that farm account?
$3,000.
And then flipping behind that facial summary page, we're not going to go through line by line here, but we have every single individual transaction that is summarized in that covers pivot table. Is that correct?
That is correct. Some of the details I would include on those pivot tables, if there's a date on the check, the date it was negotiated, the amount, and the account number.
And then what we're looking at here, the $192,000, is that one of the instruments that you were tracing?
Yes, sir.
And then this next page, $375,000, is that one of the instruments?
Yes.
And then the next page, the $225,000. Is that one of the instruments?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bernie, I'm showing you a document labeled at this time as States Exhibit 374. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is a tracing summary for a check in the amount of $403,500 from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account.
Is this identified in common parlance as Satterfield money?
Yes.
And it's a little bit tiny. I'm going to see if I can zoom in just a bit. And never mind, we'll just stick with this. All right, so on what date was that $403,000 deposited?
January 9th, 2019.
And I said the number, but how much money are we talking here?
$403,500.
All right, and then how much was ultimately, into what account was it deposited?
It was deposited into the Forge account ending in 7625.
And in descriptive terms, which account is that?
The Forge account.
The fake Forge
that
account.
was DB. Yes, sir.
All right, and from that account, were any funds ultimately dispersed?
Yes.
How much?
7625, you can see a cash withdrawal in the amount of $12,500
Right. But
over two different transactions.
But otherwise, was that money moved into other accounts?
Yes, primarily, yes.
And from the Bank of America checking account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
$3,970.07.
And then was that money further transferred into other accounts?
It was.
Which account was it primarily transferred into?
Into the account ending in 6092 at Palmetto State Bank.
And out of that Palmetto State Bank account, how much money was ultimately dispersed?
If you could move it down a little bit. There we go. Looks like $387,029.93.
I'm not going to go through all of these payments that were made, but there's a cluster of payments here at the top: payment to loan, payment to loan, payment to loan. What are those, generally speaking?
Those are loans that were held at Palmetto State Bank that were under Alex's name, at least some of them in part, some of them in solely him.
And these items in parentheses, are those just sort of descriptors of those particular loans?
Yes.
What they were collateralized by.
Yes.
So here at the top, we have a loan for Redbeard, correct?
That is correct.
And a payment on that in the amount of $47,000 some odd dollars.
Yes, sir.
And then for Zero United in the amount of $55,684 and some change. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then a payment on a Moselle loan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how much was that one?
$65,238.92.
And then a payment on a GMC Yukon. How much was that payment?
$75,099.35.
And how much was paid on this Moselle note?
$104,056.51.
And then once again, as with before, in these yellow tables, you have the specific transactions that you traced using that first in, first out method, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is this the instrument that you traced?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you a document labeled as States Exhibit 375. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is a tracing summary of a check from the Moss, Kuhn, and Fleming client trust account roughly in the amount of $2.9 million.
And when was this instrument deposited?
That was May 15th, 2019.
And you indicated it was roughly $2.9 million.
Yes, sir.
And into what account was it deposited?
Into a Forge account ending in 7625.
And here we have a summary table of all the various expenses that $2.9 million funded. And the sum total, this first account appears to be the farm account. How much money was ultimately dispersed from the farm account?
$147,247.
And this next one would be for the checking account. Is that correct?
That is correct, ending in 6092.
And how much money, this one's a long one, so we have to flip over. How much money was ultimately dispersed from that checking account?
$1,429,753.
And this next one says 6649. Is that an additional account at Pembina State Bank?
That is another checking account under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
$13,000.
And then here we have 6779 BOFA. Is that the checking account at Bank of America?
That is a personal checking account at Bank of America.
And how much was ultimately dispersed from that account?
If you scoot it up just a hair,
I keep looking down and you're looking up. My bad.
$1,208,449.89.
All right, and to identify just a handful of specific transactions or specific individuals who received some of this money, here we have a C.E. Smith. We actually have a variety of names here. In reviewing the instruments, did you see any sort of pattern of differentiation of checks all going to the same person?
I did. I saw it in different names. Just off the top of my head, it was over 10 different variations of that name.
Okay, but all of those different variations, to your understanding and working with law enforcement, who is it your understanding all those checks refer to?
Curtis Edward Smith.
And so here we have a line that says C.E. Smith, and how much went out of this money to him?
So under the name C.E. Smith, $132,687.03.
And over how many instruments was that money effectuated?
24 different instruments.
And then a little bit further down, we have a Curtis E. Smith. And if I can read lines correctly, how much money was dispersed under that name?
$56,765.48.
And over how many instruments?
Your highlighter's covering it by 12.
And the next name down, Curtis Eddie Smith.
$6,404.
And that was a single instrument?
Yes, sir.
Curtis Edward Smith.
$4,725 over one instrument.
And Curtis Smith.
Curtis Smith, $23,823.03 over 4 different instruments.
We additionally had a payment to a credit card here in the amount of how much?
$7,570.50.
And did you ultimately get the records of that credit card?
I did.
Did you attempt to trace any further what specific purchases that money went to?
I did not. I just ended at the payment to the credit card for my own sanity primarily.
And here we have Randolph Murdaugh III. How much money went to Mr. Murdaugh?
It was $385,000 in one instrument.
And then additionally, right below that, we have the name Scott Harriet. How much money went to Mr. Harriet?
$84 over one instrument.
Your Honor, we'll see if we can accelerate this process a little bit. Mr. Burney, I have handed you a series of exhibits starting with states 376 and ending in states 397. Do you recognize these documents?
I do.
And are all of these exhibits from 376 to 397 documents that you prepared tracing the flow of funds from instruments involving money going through the Forge account, through checks negotiated in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and from the Ferris fees from the Mack truck case?
Yes, sir.
And I think we actually already got through the Ferris fees from that truck case. So these would be what went through the Forge account, correct?
Through the Forge account, there's some Palmetto State Bank checks in there as well. In addition to, I believe there might be a check or two in the name of Alex Murdaugh in there.
And throughout all of these tracings and all of these summaries, do they reflect that the money that Mr. Murdaugh took went to his personal use and benefit?
They do.
And these are ordered in, roughly speaking, reverse chronological order, correct?
Correct.
Going from 2021 all the way back to a date of deposit on December 20th, 2011. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your Honor, if I understood correctly after briefly conferring with counsel for the defendant, that they would be willing, for the purposes of this hearing, to stipulate to the admissibility of these documents for the court's in-camera review. Have I stated that correctly?
You have.
All right, so stipulated.
Your Honor, in the interest of time, I would present these documents to the court as admitted.
Provide the original to the court reporters and provide the court a copy of them.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
And that would be no further questions.
All right. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
State ready for the jury, state and defense.
Your Honor, 1 moment, please.
Okay, if you bring the jury. Space and the jury will stand for a moment.
Jury is present, sir.
Thank you. Be seated. All right, good morning. All right, welcome back. Day number 10. State's case, next witness.
Tic Toc, Tom Darnell.
Court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God.
I do.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Thomas Edward Darnell. Last name is spelled Darnell.
Good morning, Agent Darnell.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I am a fingerprint examiner at the State Law Enforcement Division, Forensic Crime Lab.
And how long have you been a fingerprint examiner for SLED?
Approximately 30 years.
Can you tell us some of your training, education that you've had?
Yes, ma'am. To begin with, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice from University of South Carolina, where I graduated in 1982. I started my employment with the Richland County Sheriff's Office in Columbia, where I was employed for about 8 years. I started my career at SLED in 1990 in the Late Print Crime Scene Department. During that time, I completed an in-house training program that dealt with all aspects of fingerprint science. I've attended a number of courses across the state, as well as out-of-state courses that dealt with all areas of fingerprint science, to include how to process evidence for fingerprints and how to compare fingerprints. And I also trained under the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia, in the same area of fingerprints. I've also trained other examiners to do the same job that I'm doing today.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Agent Tom Darnell as an expert in fingerprint analysis.
Defense. He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Agent Darnell, could you just kind of tell us in general about fingerprint?
Thing. It can be items that are porous, items that are non-porous, items that come to SLED and where we get requested to process them to see if we can identify any fingerprints that might be on the surface. Fingerprints are primarily moisture. About 98% of the fingerprint that may be left on the surface is nothing more than moisture, perspiration, or sweat, if you want to call it sweat. And then once we determine the type of evidence that we have, then we try to develop it. We try to enhance any impressions that might be there. One thing to keep in mind is that in most cases, the fingerprints that we're trying to develop are invisible, basically. Latent, a latent print means just that, hidden or invisible. So it would require some enhancement.
And how, or what is the process of finding these hidden fingerprints?
Well, we have several different techniques that we can use, everything from super glue fuming to alternate light sources to fluorescent dye stains to different chemicals that we can use. There's also the black fingerprint powder, which is still being used. We don't use a whole lot of that in our laboratory today, but we tend to go with the fluorescent dye stains and the different light sources. It just depends on the type of evidence that we're trying to process.
And now you mentioned, was it, you say super glue fuming?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you describe how that works?
Super glue, what we do is we take the evidence. First of all, it has to be a non-porous surface.
And can you give us an example of a non-porous surface versus a porous surface?
Non-porous would be like a can, a gun, a cartridge case. Porous would be like paper, a paper cup, paper plate, a piece of like a handwritten note or a check or something like along that line. But the super glue is a commonly used process across the country, in fact, across the world. And the super glue is simply heated and it creates a vapor or a fume, and that vapor will affix itself to any impressions that might be present on the surface. It enables us to see it better, and it also enables us to use a different technique or a different step of the process when it comes to trying to enhance the impression.
Okay, and when that print, I guess, is revealed in the fuming process, what do you do to analyze the print?
Well, once we get the print developed, we have it photographed. We have the luxury of having a photo studio within our laboratory, and we have a photographer that will document that for us photographically so that we can then compare it to any known standards that we may be asked to compare it to.
So you would use the photograph for comparison purposes?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't do any kind of lifts of the print or anything like that?
I've done lots of lifts over my career with the black powder and the clear tape, which is what most of you are probably familiar with. But in this case, black powder was not used. I was working strictly off of a photograph.
So you did receive some items to test in this case for fingerprints?
I did.
I'm going to have you take a look at State's Exhibit 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, and 68. Are those 300 blackout shell cases that you received to process for fingerprint evidence?
It is.
And did you find any evidence on those cases?
Actually, I did not. There was what we call the result that I used in this with these items was that there was no fingerprint evidence was observed.
Would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on fired cases?
We don't find a lot of developed prints on cartridge cases. It does happen. We do find fingerprints on cartridge cases, but just not a great deal. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the cartridge cases they're exposed to heat, they're exposed to friction, and since fingerprints are so fragile, a lot of times that is probably a couple of reasons why we don't find a lot of prints on cartridge cases.
All right, did you also receive State's Exhibit 33 and 34 to test for or examine for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprint evidence on those shot shells?
I did not.
And again, would you expect to find fingerprint evidence on items of that nature?
We always make the attempt. Sometimes we're surprised when we process evidence that something will develop. I personally I've not had a lot of success with getting prints on shot shells. It's not to say that it hasn't happened.
And you said you've been doing this for about 30 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, have you ever found yourself a fingerprint on a fired case or shot shell?
I can't recall that I have developed anything that I can identify. I have developed ridge detail, or I have developed fingerprints on cartridge cases, but I can't recall honestly having a case where I was able to actually identify it.
Did you also receive a shotgun to check for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
That being State's Exhibit 4, a Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. Did you find any fingerprint evidence on that weapon?
I did not.
What else did you do with that weapon while you had it?
There was an additional request to have it swabbed for touch DNA, which I did. I swabbed various areas of the shotgun for DNA purposes.
And I will hand you State's Exhibit 307. Are those the swabs that you collected from that shotgun?
Yes, ma'am. It has the date that I collected it. It has my name and my initials and on the envelopes as well as on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time we move State's 307 into evidence. The swabs from the shotgun.
It says in the fence.
I'm not sure which shotgun.
From the Benelli that was recovered at the scene.
Murdaugh had.
Yes.
No objection.
It's admitted.
And do you recall where on that gun you collected those swabs?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the jury?
If I could look at my notes real quick. I swabbed the trigger. I swabbed the rear stock, front stock, and the ejection lever on the shotgun. Yes, and that's the two areas that I swabbed.
And why would you have swabbed those particular areas?
Well, typically in a case involving guns, shotguns, pistols, we typically swab the trigger separately to possibly get a print on the trigger as who might have last had their finger on the trigger. And then we swab other areas of the gun that might be more conducive for touch DNA versus latent prints. Anytime we get something that we have a latent print request and a DNA request, we have to try to determine which area to swab, which area is typically handled by someone that might give us the best chance for any type of forensic evidence, whether it be DNA or latent prints.
And did you also swab the head stamps of those two shot shells?
Yes, I did.
And those swabs are in States 307 up there with the other swabs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to also examine Paul's cell phone?
I did.
I'm going to hand you States Exhibit 309. Are those the swabs that you collected from Paul Murdaugh's cell phone?
These are swabs that I took from a cell phone. I don't know for sure whose phone it was, but these are swabs that I took from the phone, which was my item 25.
And could you refer to your report to tell us what item 25 is listed as?
Item 25 is listed as a one iPhone cell phone, black in color with a clear case.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 309.
No objection.
Did you also examine that cell phone for fingerprints?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on the phone?
I did not find anything that I could identify. I found a very small amount of fingerprint evidence on the phone. The result that I had to render was what we refer to as no value for comparison, which what that simply means is that there was the evidence of someone's fingers having come in contact with the phone. There just was not enough detail, not enough clarity for me to be able to compare it to anyone.
Do you recall examining some other shotguns or rifles in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be a 300 blackout rifle, a Mossberg shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and another Benelli shotgun.
That's correct.
Did you find any fingerprints on any of those guns?
Nothing that I could identify. Again, the result of no value for comparison was the result that I reported.
And if a gun has a camouflage print, for example, would that make it harder to find fingerprints on that weapon?
Well, not necessarily. We have some very bright lights that we would use to help us pick up anything that might be on a camouflage type surface. Keep in mind, we're spraying a fluorescent dye stain prior to using the light source, so that does help us see the prints much better. There are some areas on these shotguns that were like textured, which would not be very conducive to prints. But as far as the camouflage area, it makes it a little harder to see, but we do have the means to be able to analyze it thoroughly.
And these items that we've been talking about, when you process them for fingerprint evidence, you use the super glue fuming method?
Yes, ma'am.
While you were processing those guns, did you collect swabs from each gun?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 308, if you take a look at that.
Yes, ma'am. These are the envelopes that I placed the swabs from the shotguns. It's got my date and initials and where it came from on the shotgun.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's Exhibit 308 into evidence.
Objection.
Now, did you receive a 30-round magazine that was full of 300 blackout cartridges?
I did.
Did you test that item for fingerprint evidence?
I did.
Did you find any fingerprints on that magazine?
It was, again, as the shotguns, it was all no value for comparison.
What about each of the bullets that was in that magazine? Did you examine them in any way?
Yes, ma'am. I took each one of them out of the magazine and processed all of them individually.
Did you find any fingerprint evidence on those bullets?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And what did you do with these swabs that you collected?
Once I collect the swabs, I allow them to air dry. And then once I secure them into envelopes, I seal them, put my date, initials, and then I package them up accordingly, and they ultimately wind up with the DNA department. I believe in this case, I took them down to our evidence control department, and then DNA will pick them up from there.
All right. One moment. Sorry. No further questions from the state at this time. You'll answer any questions from the case.
Seat court, Your Honor. All these items were processed in the lab, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And help me to understand this. You processed three shotguns?
I believe that was right, yes, sir.
You processed, were any of them loaded with shotgun shells?
I don't recall them being loaded.
So you did not process any of the, if they were loaded, you didn't process any of the shells in them?
I normally when a weapon comes into the laboratory, it's cleared and unloaded prior to it getting to our laboratory. So had they been unloaded, I would have or had they been loaded, they would have been unloaded prior to me receiving them, and I would have processed what had been inside the weapon at that time.
So the weapon we identified earlier as, as, I left it on the table. I apologize. Yeah, it's right here. Number 22, item number 22, the camo Benelli Super, I'm sorry, yeah, Benelli Super Black Eagle, the 2 unfired shotgun shells. You processed that at the lab?
Yes, sir.
Was the gun loaded when it came to you?
My notes do not indicate that it was loaded. And as I said, normally when a weapon, a shotgun, comes into the laboratory, it's unloaded prior to it coming to me. My notes indicate that it was not loaded.
And the other shotguns, I mean, I've looked at your analysis on them, that there were no fingerprints of evidentiary value on the 3 other shotguns, right?
That's correct.
But there's no indication that you processed if they had been loaded and unloaded any of those shotgun shells, correct?
That's correct. I only processed what was given, what was brought into the laboratory.
And you processed those on June 9th, is that correct?
That sounds right. Yes, sir. June 9th.
Okay. Now, the cartridges, the bullet, and then there's a casing on a typical semi-automatic weapon. Were you ever asked to? You were asked to process the ejected cartridges that were involved in the murder, correct? The 308s. I mean, the 300 blackouts.
Yes, sir.
And those had been fired. And what you indicated was once a bullet or a shotgun shell had been fired, it heats up. Is that why you can't get a fingerprint off of it?
Well, that would be one possible explanation. Heat, friction, they're on the ground. You know, weather can have an effect sometimes if it's raining or if it's hot or cold. There are lots of things that could have an effect on whether or not a print would be left.
And I think your testimony is that if not rarely, never found fingerprints on an expended casing. Is that correct?
Well, I wouldn't say rarely, never. I know of cases in our laboratory that have been where they have been able to identify prints on cartridge cases. It just doesn't happen very often, but it does happen.
Okay, but then you processed a number of, there was a magazine with a number of 300 blackout shells that had never been fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
Bullets, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
And that's a piece of brass, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, is a piece of brass conducive to fingerprints?
Yes, sir. It can be. Yes, sir.
Any evidence these bullets have been wiped or something, or just, I mean, please explain to the jury why you wouldn't normally get fingerprints off of a piece of brass, a unspent bullet. Why is that?
Well, you got to keep in mind that a latent print is nothing more than, or mostly moisture. They're very fragile. It doesn't take much to wipe a print off of a surface. The cartridges I think that you're speaking of were in a magazine, so they've been shoved into a magazine, and then then you got to get them out. So you got friction there going on, but most any surface that's smooth and fairly clean and not corrugated or textured can be conducive to prints. I have developed prints on cartridges before. It just doesn't happen very often.
But again, it's a brass surface, almost a polished brass surface. Did you say because it's mostly moisture? Isn't there some oil involved in that from the fingers? Or am I wrong about that?
Well, you would have, as far as coming from your fingerprints, from the fingers, or
Well,
from
I mean, the finger that, it's always just moisture.
it's mostly 98 to 99% moisture, and then you might have some other substances mixed in there, but it's mostly just sweat is what's left behind.
You do retrieve fingerprints, do you not? You find fingerprints on things?
Oh yes, sir. I've developed quite a few prints in my 30 years of doing this.
And once you develop a print, you can compare it based on how many points you have to to do a comparison, to make a
Well,
match?
well, there's no set number in this country where you have to have a certain minimum number of points. You just have to have a sufficient amount of clarity and to be able to determine that an impression was made by a certain individual.
Okay. Did you ever go to the scene of these murders?
No, sir, I did not.
You were not called out that night?
No, sir.
So the forensic folks that went out there, to your knowledge, did they throw any powder down? Did they do anything to find any fingerprints that night?
I honestly don't know. I did not look at their notes from their crime scene or what have you. I really had no real reason to. I was just asked to process the things that they brought me.
So let me ask you this. You got a doorknob right here. Doorknob. I just grabbed it to open it. It's brass. Would that leave a fingerprint?
It's possible. You have to consider how much someone perspires when they touch something. You have to consider how soon after the doorknob was touched did someone else grab the doorknob, because a latent print is extremely fragile. It doesn't take much to obliterate a print.
But you would check. If you're on the scene, you'd look.
If I was on the scene and I felt like that area was accessed by someone, I probably would have checked. Yes, sir.
I mean, it appeared that there had been a shotgun blast to the victim inside a room behind that door, and you didn't know whether the door was open or closed before that person was shepherded in there or walked in there, you would want to at least look at the knob, right?
Yes, sir. I probably would, but I was not on this scene, so I don't really know exactly what all they had going on. So, but if with your scenario that you're speaking of, yes, sir, I probably would have checked.
And you would expect to see notes somewhere from the crime scene folks that they looked at the doorknob. But you can't just eyeball it. Don't you have to put some powder on it, or don't you have to put something on it to raise the visibility of the fingerprint?
Well, yes, sir. In some cases, you can actually see a print if it's more of what we call a patent print. A patent print is a print that might be left behind with in a residue. Could be in grease, could be in blood, it could be in dirt, anything such as that. So, but ordinarily, when you go to look for prints, you've got to do some sort of processing to a surface, depending on the surface and depending on just what you're trying to do.
So if you had a relatively small room where somebody's head had exploded and blood and all kinds of bodily fluids were sprayed over the inside of that room, you would want to take a meticulous examination of that room to see if there are any fingerprints in blood or other bodily fluids, would you not? Would you?
I would, yes, sir.
And you would expect to see something in some report by the crime scene folks where they actually did such an examination, would you not? Would you expect to see notes detailing that they at least looked at it?
Yes, sir. I mean, again, this is, I wasn't at the scene. I can, but if you're describing this type of a scene, if it was me, I would take notes, detailed notes, because, photographs, notes, sketches, all that kind of goes hand in hand.
But there should have been, well, strike that. You would also expect to see any surface that could have come into contact with perpetrator to have been processed, either photographed or processed in some way. You would expect to see that in the notes of the crime scene investigators, correct?
I would think in the notes or in their, testimony or anything such as that, there should be something to explain what was done. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if there was a fingerprint person or somebody that had those skills in the crime scene team that came out that night?
I don't know. I know that there was no one from the Lake and Printing Department where I work at the scene that day.
Do you go out to crime scenes? Do you go to crime scenes?
I've done plenty in my earlier days, but I have not been on crime scenes for quite some time.
You have people in your Lake and Print unit that do go to crime scenes.
Not really. The Lake Print Department, the way we're set up, we pretty much are in the laboratory setting, and we process evidence that comes in from crime scenes. We don't typically go to the crime scene.
And so I guess if I'm summarizing this, everything they had you looked at in the lab.
Yes, sir.
And you found no, when I say identifiable prints, it sounds to me like you found no evidence of any prints.
Well, I found anytime I report something as no value for comparison, that means that I did find evidence of fingerprints. It just wasn't enough to compare it to anyone. Anytime I say nothing was observed, that means there was nothing observed.
So, I looked at all these, other than the no value for comparison on the cell phone. That would mean you saw something, but you didn't have enough to compare.
Yes, sir. And, it was no value. Keep in mind, again, their latents are fragile. You've got weather involved, water, rain, that sort of thing certainly is detrimental to fingerprint evidence being left behind.
So other than the cell phone, everyone else says no fingerprint evidence was observed. That would mean there was nothing, not even a partial, right?
Yes, sir. Anytime that result is in the report, that's what that means. Yes,
other than the cell phone, you didn't even find any evidence of fingerprints, not a partial, not a smudge, not anything.
Well, I believe there were some additional long guns that came into me where I did get no value for comparison. But the initial shotgun that came into me nothing was observed. Yes, sir.
And the initial shotgun would have been number 22.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen holding that shotgun, had actually retrieved it from his house, brought it down to the murder scene?
Counsel's testifying.
Response?
I'm just citing evidence that the state's already put into evidence. I'm not testifying to it. These are facts that have been already established by the state. He's an expert. He can opine.
Pardon?
He's an expert, therefore he can give an opinion.
The objection's overruled.
Would it surprise you to know that Mr. Murdaugh was seen that evening when the first responders came, holding that shotgun, and the state has indicated, that's not in conflict. No one's challenging that, and yet there were you found no evidence of fingerprints. Is that correct?
Right. Yes, sir. And that's prints aren't always left on surfaces when you touch them. Just because you touch something does not mean you're going to leave a print. And there are all kind of variables as to why.
Would you agree with me? You found no prints on any of the items you were asked to examine? Cartridge cases, fired, unfired, shotguns, the shells in the shotguns. You just found no prints whatsoever.
I found none of value for comparison, which tells me that there was something there, but it just wasn't of value to compare.
And it's only on the cell phone.
The cell phone, and then the additional long guns that came into me later.
Okay.
Yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. There are no more questions.
Read that right.
Agent Darnell, you were previously lieutenant of crime scene.
Yes, ma'am. I was actually promoted to lieutenant over the Lake Print Crime Scene Department in 1998. where I was in that role for about 6 years.
And in your experience in that position, are crime scene personnel trained to look for fingerprints at a crime scene?
Yes, ma'am. Back when I was a lieutenant over the crime scene department, we used to do the crime scene. We did the printing. We did everything. Now it's two separate departments. We have a late print department and we have a crime scene department. The crime scene department, as I understand it, they are trained in how to process crime scenes, which would include how to process certain things on scene for fingerprints. In other words, if it was something that was large and not able to transport back to the laboratory, they do get some training in how to process for prints.
And with such a bloody scene, did you get any bloody prints in this case?
I was not submitted any bloody prints in this case.
Thank you. Nothing further from the staff.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thanks, sir.
Call your next witness.
Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to this court to be the whole truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat on the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Blake Johnson, last name Johnsson.
Hi, Agent Johnson.
Hello.
Could you tell the jury where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And how long have you been with SLED?
Been with SLED a little over 5 years.
And what are some of the duties of your position?
At SLED, I work for the investigative services in the Low Country region. And as part of that, I investigate crimes within the lower 12 counties to include homicides, officer-involved shootings, cases such as that.
And with your involvement in the investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh's murders, did you have a chance to collect some vocal swabs in that case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 338 and State's Exhibit 339.
This one is a buccal swab that I took from Claude Rowe, CB Rowe. And
That's State's Exhibit 338.
And this is a buccal swab that I took from Connor Cook.
And how do you know you took these two buccal swabs?
Because of the writing on the outside. This is that exterior envelope. If I open them, the one that I have side would be inside.
All right. And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
I was provided buccal swabs. They come two to a pack in a sterile pack. They're opened and the inside between the cheek and gum of both subjects are swabbed. They're put back in the envelope and sealed.
And sealed?
Yep.
Okay. They're sealed so nobody can tamper or alter those buccal swabs?
Yep. Evidence tape is placed on the seal and it's signed and initialed and dated.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's Exhibit 338 and 339 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And Your Honor, we have no further questions for this witness.
No questions.
Thank you. You may
Thank
step
you.
down. Your next witness.
Lawrence Wiggins.
Put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You have a seat on the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Lawrence Wiggins, Wiggins.
I believe it's Chief Wiggins now, is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you the chief of Allendale? Is it Sheriff's Office, Police Department?
Yes, so I'm currently employed as the chief of police for the town of Allendale.
But back in 2021, where were you employed?
I was employed with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. I was assigned to the investigative services and I worked out of the regional office in Walterboro.
And at that time, were you involved in the investigation of the deaths of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I was preliminarily.
And did you have an occasion to collect some buckle swabs?
I did.
I'm going to hand you states exhibit 336 and 337. You could take a look at those and tell us what we have there.
We have buccal swabs taken from Mr. Roger Davis and Anthony Cook.
And you collected those swabs?
I did.
And how do you know you collected them?
My initials and
I'll consent to the admission of these rather than going through the process of how he identified them and collected them. Now, she's welcome to do that, but I'm just trying to save a little time here.
All right.
So states exhibit 336 and 337. Well, Your Honor, we would have no further questions for this witness then.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
The state would next call Chandler Horney.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God? Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Hi, my name is Chandler Horney, Horney.
And Agent Horney, can you tell the jury who you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
Okay, and what is your position there?
I'm a special agent with the Vice Services Unit.
And were you involved in the murder investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I was.
And did you collect some buccal swabs, or in this case?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to hand you states exhibit 340. You will tell us what those are.
These are the collected buccal swabs from Morgan Dowdy and Miley Altman.
And how were those collected?
They were actually collected by a coworker, Special Agent Anthony Sampson. In my presence, he took the swabs of the inside of both of these individuals' cheeks.
And then when he took the swabs, he placed them in
this envelope.
And they were placed in bags that were sealed, not to be tampered with?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State's Exhibit 340 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
We have no further questions for the state.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Step down.
Thank you.
The state next calls Joe Moore, I'll be all day.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give this court to be the truth, so help you God? Okay, have a seat on the witness stand. Please repeat your name and spell your last name for the record.
Joe Mar, I'll be all day. Spelling my last name is A-L-B as in Bravo, A-Y-A-L-D-E. I'll be all day. If it makes it any easier, my peers call me Joe.
Joe. Thank you, Joe. And you did tell me a little trick to pronouncing that last name there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what was that?
If you remember the phrase, I'll be here all day and drop the here, I'll be all day, you got it.
And thank you so much for sharing that with me.
Yes, ma'am.
And you work for SLED, is that right?
I do.
Okay, and did you have the chance to collect some buccal swabs in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
I did.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 342, 343, and 344. Take a look, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 342 is a buccal swab you collected from who?
Thank you. All right, this exhibit 342 is from Mr. Randy Murdaugh.
Okay, and then 343.
343 is a DNA sample collected from a Hippolito Torres.
And 344.
This final buccal sample was collected from his son, Alan Gonzalez.
And how did you collect these buccal swabs?
Yes, ma'am. These were collected via a DNA or buccal swab kit, which essentially is a swab is a special agent Johnson explained to you earlier. So it's simply a swab from each side of the inner cheek, placed into a secured envelope and then sealed in a evidence envelope, such as this one.
It would be sealed so it was not tampered with, is that right?
That's correct, ma'am.
At this time, this tape removes tapes 342, 343, and 344 into evidence.
Says the defense. Any objection?
No, sir.
Admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tape has no further questions for Joe. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you for your indulgence. One moment. No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, next.
Next witness is going to be fairly lengthy. Mr. Fernandez is going to call him, and we'd ask for just a moment to get the exhibits out that he needs and get them in order so it moves orderly before the jury, if we could.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief break.
There we go. Let's see. So yeah, I'm thinking that was just to bring evidence in, basically, wasn't it? To confirm that they had collected it. Snow's melting here on the water fairly fast, I'm noticing. I don't know what's going on. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't know if you were talking about me or not. I just kind of caught that one sentence. I do like the scenery that goes with this one. I haven't seen a mate, though. Not for this one. Just amazing. I just looked at our weather. February is usually our coldest month, January and February. And we're on the plus side for the next week. So I don't know what the hell. It's the most bizarre winter. I wonder if that means that our summer's going to suck. Hope not. That's a very good question. Far. I know they got wicked eyes. I know it's very far. They got excellent eyes. I like watching. Oh, he does. That bird does. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. We've got quite a bit of elk out here too, James. I just love them. They'd fall through, though. They can't walk that. It's too thin. They'd be going for a swim. Just a schwimmin'. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it's amazing to watch them hunt because they're up hugely high and all of a sudden down they go. I used to like when I was in Florida, I had never seen such a thing. Pelicans, like they see a fish and they just like stop flying and drop. It's the weirdest damn thing I've ever seen in my life. Smart like a quail? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. The salmon under it is. Oh my goodness. So I was watching Cheech. What is it with him? Like, do you guys notice he just like walks all over the place? And that people are getting oh my God, they're talking to witnesses or what have you. And you look and there's Cheech. Doot, 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 doot. It's like, oh my God, familiar much? Yeah. You want owls? I can do that. I can do that. Let me see here. Let me see here. I lost my girls this morning. I don't know what that was all about. Okay, I think I might have one coming. Just have to see how this goes. Okay. Oh, you're gonna like this. You know what? They got babies. Look at that. Oh my word. These are great horned owls. Oh, do you get restless leg syndrome? Been there. That's nasty. I know. Aren't they adorable, Mexi? They're vocal. Aren't those amazing? Right, Jonah? Look at those hooters. Oh, look at that. Oh my God. Oh, that's water right there behind them too, isn't it? They are in fluff mode. Right, James? That's what I thought. Tiny nest. They are in fluff mode. Absolutely. Look at that. Now they move their hands. Oh my God. It does, doesn't it? Cutest little fluff balls. Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh, oh my word. Oh my word. Oh. Oh my God, man. I tell you what, like this is to me just, I'm in my glory. When do you get to see this stuff? I hate seagulls worse than pandas, rats with wings. That's a good analysis, actually. Yeah, or a good comparison. We just called them beach chickens. It's always what we called seagulls. They're beach chickens. Beach chickens are aggressive or owls are aggressive? Look at, oh, their faces, my word. Okay. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at how close they are to the water. Oh, look at that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, they're walking. Okay, I think they're bringing the jury in, guys. I better turn off the. That's kind of what I was thinking, Blifton. Isn't it about that time? Like,
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please support?
Yes, sir.
State calls Paul
but
Greer.
okay, are the jury back again? I am getting so freaking confused with this. Because if I'm thinking if this is still without having the jury in,
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give the court?
I don't know what they're doing.
Okay, please have a seat in the witness stand. Repeat your name and spell your last
I went and
name.
got myself a pop to drink and I came back and like everything changed. It's like, what?
My name is Paul Greer, Greer.
Never
Paul, how you
trust
doing
a
today?
Paul.
I'm great, thank you.
Take a moment to unpack your stuff if you need to.
Joking, just the ones I've met.
Paul, if you would, please introduce yourself to the jury and tell us a little bit when you graduated high school and where you went for education.
Oh, my word.
Sure. My name is Paul
Oh.
Greer. I am originally from the upstate of South Carolina, went to school and graduated high school in 2009. Upon graduating high school, I attended the University of South Carolina and received a Bachelor's of Science in Biological Sciences from the University of South Carolina.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to ask you, if you would, to pull that microphone a little closer so we can all hear you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. All right, Paul, walk us through a little bit about your career. With whom are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which is commonly known as SLED.
All right, and tell us a little bit about your professional career. How did you get started at SLED and what is it that you do there?
Yes, sir. After completing my Bachelor of Science at USC, I began an internship at SLED in the Forensic Services Laboratory. I specifically did that internship with our Firearm and Tool Marks Department. I interned there for several months and ultimately achieved a position there in that unit. I began my employment officially at SLED in March of 2014 in the Firearms Department, where I began training to become a firearms examiner.
All right, and are you currently employed as a firearms examiner with SLED?
Yes, sir.
All right, Paul, Mr. Greer, if you would, walk us through what that required in order to become a firearms examiner.
Sure. In order to become a firearms examiner, there's a lot of extensive training on the job that must be conducted. At SLED, I began an in-house training program that we refer to as the Firearm Tool Mark Course of Instruction. During this time, again, it was extensive, approximately 3 years or so. I assisted other examiners who were qualified on the job, prep their cases. I learned how to work those cases. I looked at thousands of fired ammunition components on the microscope and did many comparisons of those. During that time, I also completed multiple written and practical examinations. At the conclusion of that training program, I was given a comprehensive final exam that included some mock casework within our laboratory. I successfully completed all of that training in that mock casework and was able to begin working cases on my own.
In addition to the comprehensive qualifications and testing required to become a forensic examiner, are forensic examiners in SLED also subject to yearly testing as well?
Yes, sir. We do the competency at the conclusion of our training program, but we also participate in proficiency testing each year within an area in our discipline. So that is completed. I complete a proficiency test each year, and that just assures that we're maintaining our competency.
Thank you. Paul, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, sir, I am.
And which one would that be?
I'm a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, which is also known as AFTE.
Have you had any opportunity to attend additional trainings or conferences under the umbrella of firearms and tool mark examinations?
Yes, sir, I have.
Please explain a couple of those or a few of those, if you would.
Yes, sir. AFTE hosts an annual conference each year, and AFTE, I might add, is an international organization. It's a group of firearms and tool mark examiners around the world, as well as other scientists and members from the academic world. We get together each year, and I attend that when I'm able in order to share information and see what's happening within the field of firearm and tool mark examination. I've attended several of those conferences, and I've also attended some regional conferences that have been hosted by the FBI laboratory in Quantico.
And speaking of laboratory, is your laboratory accredited?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is the accreditation it operates under?
The SLED laboratory is accredited under ANAB. That is a national organization that follows ISO 17025 standards, and those are international standards. So our laboratory is operating within the same set of standards as other labs in the United States that are accredited with ANAB, and also those who follow the ISO 17025.
And in order to maintain accreditation, is there an inspection process that ANAB requires?
Yes, sir.
All right, and explain, if you would, the couple of inspections that are typically required.
In order to maintain our accreditation, we have a visit approximately every 4 years. Auditors come in to the laboratory to check our casework, review our files, make sure that we're operating within those standards. And they watch us perform casework. That's a huge component. And they do this for all the disciplines within the laboratory. And that audit every 4 years within that cycle helps to ensure that we're meeting those standards. Internally at SLED, we also have internal audits each year. So even though the ANAB inspectors that come every 4 years, we may not see them every year, there is some type of audit being performed within our departments and in our casework each year.
Thank you. Does the SLED laboratory operate under a policies and procedures guideline for the overall agency?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right, and explain a little bit about how that involves the lab.
Correct. SLED in general has a large set of policies that we must adhere to. Within the laboratory, each department has a manual that they must follow that gives them information on how to conduct their everyday work and how to perform casework. Additionally, and following the ANAB accreditation, we have a SLED quality manual that is specifically for the laboratory. We must follow that as well. And those are all guidelines to help us to conduct casework.
And in addition to the SLED quality assurance manual, would there additionally be a SLED firearms department manual that you have to comply with?
Yes, sir. There is a firearms manual that we must follow.
Okay. Just very briefly, please explain what that involves.
Yes, sir. That again is just a document that gives us information on how to conduct our day-to-day casework, what to do with evidence, how we should examine that. It also gives us information into our training program, any type of calibration or measurement references that we need to consult for our equipment that we use. All of that information is contained within that manual that we have to follow and can reference.
All right, and if you would, please explain to the jury what firearms identification, generally the subject matter, what that is.
Sure. Firearms identification is a discipline in forensic science where our main objective each day is to examine those fired ammunition components. So imagine a fired cartridge case or a fired bullet, and we're looking at those in order to determine if they were fired by a specific firearm.
Thank you. How long again have you been working in the SLED laboratory?
I've been employed in the firearms department at SLED for almost 9 years.
And have you had an opportunity to testify in court such as this?
I have.
Would that be both state and federal courts?
I have testified in state and federal courts, yes, sir.
Approximately how many times, or do you know how many times?
Approximately 27 times, yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, state moves to admit Mr. Greer as a firearms and tool mark examination expert.
Your Honor, no objections to his qualifications.
He's so qualified.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Greer, I'd like to take the moment to kind of educate the jury a little bit on firearms.
Yes, sir.
And if you would, please tell us a little bit about the, well, first of all, are you familiar with the two kind of cartridge rounds we're going to primarily be talking about today?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the two kind of firearms we're going to generally be talking about today?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. If you would, please give us a little, an intro to firearms, beginning with perhaps the shotgun. Tell us what makes that a unique type of firearm and how it generally operates.
Yes, sir. In general, a firearm is a mechanism that propels a projectile through the combustion of gunpowder. As he was stating, there are several different types of firearms, and one of them is a shotgun. A shotgun, if you imagine, is a long gun, typically that is designed to be fired from the shoulder. And that has a smooth bore. And what the bore is, it's just the inside of that barrel. So there's no rifling inside that barrel typically. A shotgun is also different than maybe a handgun that you may be familiar with, and it fires shot shells. And a shot shell is a cartridge, if you will, that could be plastic or metal that can contain multiple projectiles or a single projectile.
When you said barrel, smooth bore, and rifling, would rifling mean sort of the interior of the barrel where the bullet exits is spiraled inside?
Correct. That rifling is in barrels in order to give a bullet that's traveling down that barrel its rotary twist and spin so that way it can travel to a target or its destination.
And does that rifling assist in the bullet traveling in a straight line consistently?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
The
question?
rifling, spinning the bullet, making it go out, does that allow it to travel in a straight line?
Yes, that rifling that's inserted into that barrel, if you'll think of kind of like a quarterback throwing a football, it helps it give it that nice spiral so that it can travel more efficiently.
And kind of the opposite of that would be the smooth bore of a shotgun. How does that affect the pellets or the BBs inside of the shotgun?
So in the typical shotgun, you don't have that rifling that gives it that spin or twist, but that's not the design of the shotgun. So when those pellets or a slug or whatever is traveling down the bore of that shotgun, it is just traveling out the barrel based on the combustion from it firing.
And if you would please describe to us what type of ammunition a shotgun will shoot.
Typically, you use a shot shell. That can be made of some type of plastic. Typically, we see that with some type of metal head on it. Inside that shot shell, there can be multiple projectiles. You hear of pellets. We think of birdshot, buckshot. That's what would be inside of a shot shell. Also in there may be other components that could be plastic or some type of paper material, and that would be a wad. And those have different jobs within a shot shell. Those can be to protect the pellets, to keep them together as they travel, to provide some type of cushioning between those pellets and the powder. So they all have different various purposes inside that shot shell.
And, Mr. Greer, did you bring with you some demonstrative items to kind of just demonstrate generically what you're talking about in a shot shell?
Yes, sir.
All right, can I see that real quick?
Yes, sir.
Handing back these to you. All right. Mr. Greer, if you would, beginning with the shot shells, you brought some demonstrative exhibits, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you would, just please hold them up, show them to the jury, and explain what it is we see when what we're looking at and what the components are in there.
Sure. Again, these are just two examples of a shot shell. Here you have a plastic body there of the shell with a metal head. On this end of it, that is the end that's going to be up against the breech face of the firearm. And in the middle, you'll see a small circle. That's the primer area, and that's what's going to be struck by a firing pin in a firearm so that it will fire. That's what's going to detonate inside the shot shell to cause it to be fired. Out this end, you see it's crimped on this end. This is the end that the projectiles or the pellets that are inside of the shot shell will exit and travel down the barrel of that shotgun.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Greer, the second firearm would be, if you would, talk about a little bit about what the AR platform is.
Sure. An AR platform is something that is commonly seen throughout America. Originally, it was designed by Armalite, and it's just a modular platform, and it's a rifle, a semi-automatic rifle in its normal state, and that's what we have here today.
Okay. And what would be the more common caliber that you might find on the AR platform?
Yes, sir. Typically, what is very common that we see in the laboratory and that you may be more familiar with is it's chambered in .223 Remington caliber, 5.56 NATO. That is a very common caliber for an AR-15 type firearm.
And what were some of the items that you examined in the case as far as rifle calibers?
In this case, I received one rifle, and it was chambered in .300 blackout caliber.
All right, explain to us what the .300 blackout round is, and maybe how it's similar and different from a .556 round NATO.
Sure. Again, you may be familiar with the .223 Remington or 5.56 NATO caliber. The .300 blackout cartridge is sort of similar to that. When that was designed, it was designed so that it could be used with a lot of the original features of an AR-15. So the overall dimensions of those cartridges are very similar, with the exception of a shorter case length and a much heavier or larger bullet.
And .300 blackout being a relatively, at least compared to 5.56 NATO round, were some of the components interchangeable on the AR platform?
It's my understanding that when that .300 blackout caliber was developed, it was designed so that some of the components from the original AR-15 type that were chambered in the 5.56 NATO or the .223 Remington could be used with the .300 blackout.
And it is possible, maybe not ideal, but possible to use a magazine that would be formatted for the .223 5.56 round in a .300 blackout rifle.
Yes, sir. I would say it's possible.
And did you bring any .223 and 5.56 and .300 blackout rounds with you today for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, sir. I have two.
All right. If you please identify the two and tell us what we're looking at and what the similarities and differences would be.
Sure. To start off, this is an example of a .223 Remington. This is the one that you may be more familiar with. I will show you now. Side by side, this is the .300 blackout. I'm trying to do this so you can see. You can see that their overall dimensions there are a little larger. Are about the same, with the exception of the larger bullet. And I'll give you a little bit of anatomy here of the cartridge. What we would refer to as this item right here is an unfired cartridge. Terminology in our firearms department is very key to us in being accurate in what we do. So we would refer to this as an unfired cartridge. That contains a bullet, which is this portion right here, this copper-colored projectile, and that's what's going to travel down the barrel of the firearm towards the target. Again, on this end, just like the shot shell, there's a primer there in the middle. You see the circle object there, and that's what the firing pin is going to strike, so that way that it can detonate and cause the cartridge to be fired. When it's fired, we'll have a cartridge case, which is just the brass-colored portion here. And that is the cylindrical component there that holds it all together. It holds the primer, the bullet, and the gunpowder inside of it.
Thank you, Mr. Greer, for your permission to approach. This is for demonstrative purposes. I'm going to put it on the. Greer, if you would just pay attention, you have a little video screen there. All right, Mr. Greer, can you see these two bullets on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can see that.
This is not going to work. All right, can you see them clearly?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. What's the big black thing on the screen?
Appears to be a phone.
In your expertise, that's a thing. The two rounds we see there, the top round, can you identify which one that is?
The one that is up against the phone there would be the 300 blackout caliber cartridge.
And then, as you said before, the round below that would be the 223/556 round.
Yes, sir.
And seeing the actual projectile, meaning the item that exits the barrel of the rifle, would that be that tip, the cylindrical tip on the top?
Yes, sir. And I believe, if I remember correctly, both of those projectiles were copper in color. If you can distinguish that on the screen.
And I don't know if you mentioned it, but I'll ask, did as compared to each other, does the 300 blackout have a higher grain typically than the 556?
It's possible. The bullets come in different grain weights, so that is a much larger bullet. So I would expect it to be heavier.
And when we are going to hear about grain weights, could you explain what that means also?
Sure. Grain is a term that we use in firearms, and it's just a unit of measurement. So when we measure our projectiles, we are going to measure those in grains. And just as a common way to relate to that, if you imagine 7,000 grains, that's equivalent to approximately a pound.
Thank you. So measurements and bullets are done in grains, basically.
Yes, sir. That's what we refer to them.
Going back to shotgun shells very briefly, are there various types of shotgun shells and gauges or calibers?
Yes, sir, there are.
Could you explain a couple of the types that you might commonly find, and then just some of the calibers so we know what we're talking about?
Sure. Some of the more common gauges in shot shell, and gauge is just referring to the size and how we are able to determine what that firearm's chambered in. So a 12 gauge is something that's very common. That's a very common shotgun that I would expect to encounter. You may also have heard of or be familiar with a 20 gauge. That's another one that may be common, or 410 bore, which is a type of shot shell as well. Those are some of the more common ones that we would see in our laboratory setting and that you may be familiar with. Again, throughout those, there are all different kinds of shot shells loaded with different projectiles, loaded with birdshot, loaded with buckshot, and they all will serve a purpose within their own respect. But those can have multiple projectiles, hundreds of projectiles. It could have just one large projectile, which we refer to as a slug. So there's lots of options, if you will, within a shot shell.
And although this may be obvious, a buckshot is typically used to hunt what type of game?
I'm not hunting often, but I would expect a buckshot could be used for something, as it suggests, a buck. You would expect maybe a larger animal. Again, I'm not a hunter, but that's where I could imagine that.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. Before we move on, and speaking about the area of forensic science of firearm examinations, is that an area that is subject to peer review?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain to us what that means? What's the peer review process and why that's important in forensic science?
Sure. Within firearms and tool mark examination, this is something that's been around for years. Firearms examiners have been learning about the firearms identification process, building studies and designs and experiments throughout many years. And it's part of that process in designing those studies and doing this research within firearm and tool mark. They're going to draft an experiment, conduct an experiment, publish an article on their findings, and during that process, there can be review. There will be a review of the article of the experiment where other scientists within our field or other scientists or researchers can examine that and see what was going on during that process and say whether they agree with it, and share their comments. And that's part of that peer review process. We, as an AFTE member, I have access to our AFTE journal, where a lot of those peer review articles are published, and they're able for other examiners to look at, for other scientists and researchers to look at, and help bolster or their opinions and thoughts on firearms identification.
And personally, do you know how many exams you've conducted?
I do not have a number of examinations that I've conducted while at SLED. However, at this point, I would say it's somewhere in the thousands.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to ask you, did you receive a volume of items concerning this case for review?
Yes, sir. I did receive several items to examine in this case.
And generally, did you have an opportunity, we're going to go through those items very shortly, but did you have an opportunity to, in general, review a significant amount of items for identification, possible identification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you prepare a report after conducting these examinations?
Yes, sir. I did prepare a report.
All right, I'm going to ask us if we would go through a number of items very shortly. Do you have a copy of your report, and is it needed in order to refresh your memory and be able to specifically recall each individual item?
Yes, sir. I do have a copy, and I would appreciate being able to refer to it.
Okay, very good. And prior to your testimony today, have you had an opportunity to, well, first of all, generally when items are submitted, do you know anything about the case?
Generally, when items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, I do not have information about the case. I do not.
Prior to today's testimony, have you familiarized yourself, at least very briefly, with the layout of the scene of the crime?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what, specifically paying attention to what on that crime scene layout?
I reviewed a crime scene layout in relation to where some of the marker numbers were that are listed in my report. Those just reference numbers, and I reviewed where those were in relation to the crime scene the evening where the two bodies were.
And is that just to assist us when we reference item number X, Y, or 1, 2, or 3? It allows us to then to testify as where that was located.
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, Agent Greer, I'm going to go down the list of items, and I'd like you to identify the item that was received for me, beginning with item numbers 2 through 5. The slide item 2 through 5?
Yes, sir.
Your items 2 through 5? Did you conduct a review of that item?
Yes, sir. I did look at SLED items 2 through 5.
And while I find those items, if you would, please explain how you receive items in general, how you receive items in the lab, what the condition is before you review them, and then what you do ultimately with that item.
Correct. Yes, sir. So as items are submitted to the SLED laboratory, those can come from agencies all over the state, to include our own SLED crime scene department. Those items are given assignments for multiple departments, depending on what the requesting agency is asking to have completed. We are a full service laboratory, so sometimes the evidence has to travel through to other departments before it arrives to me in the firearms department. Typically, if you want something like latent prints or DNA to be processed on those items, it would go there first, because when I get the item, I may decontaminate it or touch it, and those prints or DNA may not be relevant anymore, because you would find me on it. Evidence travels throughout the laboratory to those departments and through our evidence control department. I receive those items either from those analysts or from our evidence control technicians. And when I receive that item and before I begin my examination, I want to make sure that the item is submitted to me in a manner that I can tell that it's not been tampered with. So we use a lot of heat sealed pouches. So I'll make sure those are sealed, or our cardboard box that it's sealed up, and I can tell that there's either evidence tape or initials of that sealing examiner prior to me. So that way the evidence has been preserved in a manner that I know no one has altered with it.
And just so we're clear, thank you, Mr. Greer. Just so we're clear, when I refer to items, sometimes I'll say items 2. Does that refer to the items that you received them as a SLED designation?
Yes, sir. One other thing about the SLED laboratory, when evidence is submitted to the lab, it receives its own unique lab number that's specific to our laboratory. And it also receives new item numbers. And that's so we can track it throughout the laboratory. And our analysts throughout the lab can report and identify those clearly.
Thank you, Mr. Greer. I'm going to hand you what's been entered into evidence already as States Exhibits 63 through 68. And I believe they correlate to items 2 through 7 on your report. Would you please take a moment to look at these items and let me know if you're familiar with them?
When we receive these items, I do mark the packaging, and I'm also looking for my heat seal pouch, and this is how I package the evidence after I examined it. So I'm just confirming that I see some of the information on these items. Yes, sir. This appears to be what was submitted to the SLED laboratory as items 2 through 7 in your State's Exhibit 63 through 68.
Thank you. And did you have an opportunity? I'll take those from you. Did you have an opportunity to examine these items?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you would, please tell us what your findings were for these items.
I determined that each of those items, they were all fired S&B heads.
I'm renew my prior objection to the opinion testimony based upon the hearing we had, if it's for the record.
Yes, sir. You may continue.
I determined that each of those were one fired S&B head stamp 300 blackout caliber cartridge case, and that was items 2 through 7. That's what each of those items were.
Mr. Greer, an item on the screen in front of you would be what's marked as State's Exhibit 63. Is that representative of the collection of items that you reviewed in that batch?
Yes, sir.
All right. 300 blackout round. Were you able to see the head stamp on it? And I can give you back one of the items if you would. Were you able to identify the head stamp and who the manufacturer of that round was?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. Who was that?
The manufacturer of items 2 through 7 was Cellier and Bellow, and you may have heard of that referred to as S&B.
300?
Yes, sir, and head stamp 300 blackout.
All right. Mr. Greer, I'm handing you what's been marked and entered into evidence already as State's Exhibits 33 and 34. Jim, do you want to see those? 33 and 34, which I believe correlate to 9 and 10 on your report. Would you please take a look at these items and let me know if you recognize them?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and please tell us what they are.
SLED item 9, which is State's Exhibit 34, is a fired Federal Premium Double Aught Buck 3-inch Magnum shot shell. And SLED item 10, which is State's Exhibit 33, is one fired Winchester Dry Lock number 2 12-gauge shot shell.
And after your review of the scene, where were your items 2 through 7 located?
After reviewing the crime scene diagram, I was aware of the marker numbers that those were recovered from, and then reviewing that diagram, it's my understanding that those items 2 through 7, the 300 blackout caliber cartridge cases, were located around or near the body of Margaret Murdaugh.
All right, and I'm referring now to your items 9 and 10 states 33 and 34. Where were those at your review of the crime scene photo diagram? Where were those identified and retrieved from?
Those appear to be in or around the storage room area near the kennels.
Thank you. I'm putting these two up on the screen. Mr. Greer, are these the items you just testified to having examined?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, thank you. Now, right now we're identifying a number of items. Is it, would it be fair to say that we're going to go over your results then at the conclusion of the identification?
Yes, sir.
All right, referring to item States Exhibit number 4, your item number 22, would you please direct your attention to that?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm handing you what's been marked. Jim. Handing you what's been marked as and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 4. Please take a look at this firearm. Let me know if you're familiar with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this firearm is unloaded. It's safe for me to handle. I will keep it pointed in a safe direction here. I'm going to look for some of those identifying marks that I placed on this shotgun. Yes, sir, I do recognize this shotgun.
All right, tell us what that gun is.
This shotgun was determined to be one Benelli model Super Black Eagle 3 semi-automatic shotgun in 12 gauge with a serial number of U573210E17.
Thank you. Was there anything that accompanied States Exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir. Also submitted with that firearm was an accessory, which was the sling, and one unfired Federal Premium double-aught buck 3-inch 12-gauge shot shell, and one unfired Winchester Super X game load 16-gauge shot shell.
Now, I think you just testified that 12 gauge, this shotgun is what gauge?
That is 12-gauge shotgun.
And I think you just mentioned that loaded in it was a 16 gauge. Could you explain what the process was ejecting? Is that the proper gauge for that shotgun?
No, sir. That the unfired ammunition, as it was submitted to me, was received in another package. I did not remove it from that firearm. However, a 16 gauge would not be correct for use in that firearm.
Did you have to manually remove it from the shotgun?
It was already removed when I received it.
All right. I'm handing you what's been marked as states and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 250, sled item 8. So item 8, slide item 8, but states item 250. Take a moment to review it and let me know if you are aware of what it is.
Yes, sir. I recognize this as sled item 8.
Did you have an opportunity to examine and review that item?
I did.
What did you determine it was or is?
Sled item 8, States Exhibit number 250, was determined to be one fired bullet, and that was listed as a near tire impression at marker 8.
And you were able to do further analysis, which will get you the results to determine its weight?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So as you testified before, this would be the bullet minus the casing that it originally came in. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is just one fired bullet.
And that's what it looks like when it doesn't have the back part on it?
Yes, sir. That's just a bullet without any cartridge case attached.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to States Exhibit number 20, sled item 14. This is entered into evidence already. I'm going to hand it to you and ask if you conducted an exam of this item.
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, what were the results?
Sled item 14, which is States Exhibit 20, was determined to be 24 birdshot pellets listed as from dog food storage room.
And can you repeat it for my purposes? These were pellets from what?
Yes, sir. 24 birdshot pellets listed as from dog food storage room.
You testified before and you presented what a shotgun shell looks like. Would that be what's inside a shotgun shell ultimately?
Yes, sir. That would be an example of birdshot pellets that would be loaded into a shotgun shell.
All right, Mr. Greer, I'm going to direct your attention to what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 76, sled item number 12. Did you have an opportunity to review this item after you take a look at it?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell us what it is, please.
Sled item 12, States Exhibit 76, was determined to be one fired bullet listed as from bedding inside doghouse.
I'm going to direct your attention to States Exhibit 102, sled item 11. Already entered in evidence. Please take a look at this item. Let me know if it's
Yes, sir. This is sled item 11, States Exhibit 102, and that was determined to be one fired bullet jacket fragment, 3 bullet jacket fragments, and 1 piece of lead listed as defect in ground gravel marker 13.
All right, I'm going to refer to what's been identified as State's Exhibit 109. Sled item 137. Please review this item and let me know if you recognize it and if you performed an examination of it.
Yes, sir. This is sled item 137, State's Exhibit 109. And it was determined to be one piece of lead listed as from hair on the item 92 dress.
At this point, State would move for 109 to be admitted into evidence. Moving on to State's Exhibit 110, which is sled items 67 and 68. I'll direct your attention to that. They've been marked as, for identification purposes, as State's item 110.
No objection.
All right, Mr. Durham, I'm assuming what's been admitted as evidence is 110. If you would, please take a look at it. Let me know if you've recognized it and performed an examination on it.
Yes, sir. State's Exhibit 110 represents two sled items. Sled item 67, which I examined, determined to be 48 birdshot pellets listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy. And sled item 68 was one piece of plastic listed as from left shoulder and head of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
When you say where it's from, that's because that's what was identified on the item when it was submitted to you for review.
Yes, sir. That's solely based on how it was logged into our system by the submitting personnel.
All right, I'm going to refer your attention now to three items just to speed along the process a little bit. States 111, 112, and 113 marked as identification purposes. Sled item 69, 66, and 104. So if you please take a look at those and your items in your report.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. We will resume in 1 hour and 15 minutes, 2:45.
All right.
Okay, so an hour and 15. They're giving them a break. Oh my word. So I'm going to jump off. I will absolutely set up the next stream. I'll start a couple minutes early so that we can check out those eagle babies again. So thanks, guys, and I will see you soon. Bye.